Good morning and welcome to this third annual Save Green, Be Green conference. We are so excited that you are here. We are excited to present this conference after we had to take a brief hiatus because of the pandemic, but we are back virtually and we are excited to announce that for 2023, we will be back live and in person. For this year, we think we have some very exciting things for you. We have some amazing speakers lined up for you. But just to get things going, we wanted you to hear from our mayor because he is a mayor that understands the value of investing in nonprofits in a way that allows them to keep their facilities going so they can do better, faster, stronger services to the people that they serve. And so he would have been here in person, but he had a great opportunity in that beautiful country of Italy, where he's representing the city and county of Denver there. But he did send us a message via video. So if we can cue that up and run it now, you can hear from the mayor as he greets us.
Hey, good morning, colleagues and friends. Mayor Hancock here. It's my great pleasure to welcome each of you to this very important 2022 Save Green, Be Green conference. This convening is so very vital to Denver as we cannot emphasize enough the importance of providing valuable resources and information to aid our nonprofits and churches with becoming more energy smart about managing the facilities they own. These are facilities that provide critical programs and serve as sanctuary for some of our neighbors who need the most support. So congratulations on another conference. Thank you to D1, Xcel Energy, the Planning Committee, as well as all the sponsors, partners, presenters, and volunteers. Your contributions to this cause means the world to me and to the city and county of Denver. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Mayor. So again, thank you all for being here. And I do mean thank you for being here because you are tuning in with us from all across the state of Colorado. It's not just here in Denver, but everywhere from Erie, Colorado to Lafayette and Canyon City. And of course, our largest contingent is from the city of Denver. So again, we thank you for joining us from all across the state. Denver is a city where D1, we are not in this energy dance alone. Between our Office of Sustainability, our Human Services Agency, we are a city that have banded together to really present some of our citizens with some great energy related opportunities. For our office, we are the managers of the Xcel Energy Energy Efficiency Program. And with that program, we contract with 4 contractors. Some you'll hear over the course of the next couple of days. And we do everything, those contractors on our behalf, they provide everything from energy audits to equipment replacement. And so we'll give you the opportunity to hear from some of those contractors a little later to dig a little deeper into their program. But we also have our Office of Sustainability, and they do everything from job creation through workforce training. They make investments in solar power. And again, you'll hear a little bit more about CASA in one of the workshops coming up later this morning. For the conference over the next couple of days, there will be, and for today, there will be a Q&A at the end of each session. If you have questions during the presentation, please message in the chat and we will review the questions in the order in which they are received. There will be an end of day panel discussion where attendees will be able to provide thoughts about what they learned over the course of the day and hear from experts from a variety of sectors throughout the city. To just kind of share some of their own thoughts who didn't do panels, but they're gonna jump into some of the conversation. We'll be giving a few extra minutes to allow everyone to get to the first sessions, which will start at 9 o'clock. Shortly, the Zoom links for the sessions will be provided in the chat. and there will also be sent to you the links if you have forgotten which sessions that you registered for. And please, please, please remember that if you experience any technical issues, just private message tech support so that they can assist you and get you all situated. So again, we'll give you a little bit of extra time to kind of get to your first session, but we want to encourage you to be engaged, to have fun, and just enjoy the time. And we'll look forward to seeing you at the end of the day. So thanks a bunch, and we'll see you on the other side. Good morning once again. I'll be your MC for this particular workshop. This is funding opportunities to expand energy efficiency at 9 a.m. Who you will be hearing from this morning is Cruz with Energy Outreach Colorado, along with Evelyn Preciado, and they will be sharing some information with you about their EOC's nonprofit energy efficiency program we call NEEP. And then Jeff Tejral from the Denver Office of Climate Action, Sustainability and Resiliency will be presenting to you on Denver city incentives. Just as a reminder, we'll go through questions at the end. And if you want to place a question, if you note at the bottom of your screen, right next to the chat, there is a Q&A function. And if you click on there, you can type your questions in, and those questions will be kind of organized as they come in. So again, we'll go through the chat and then we'll respond to those questions as they come in. But again, just be reminded that in order to get your question in, use that Q&A function down at the bottom of your screen. With that, I will turn things over to Ann and to Evelyn.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Evelyn. Get my screen shared with you all. One moment. Okay. I think I got the right screen now. All right, good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Evelyn and I work for Energy Outreach Colorado, and I'll be presenting alongside with Cruz. She'll be presenting on the second half of this presentation, focused on the NEEP program. So I'll just go and get started. So just kind of a rundown of what we'll be talking about today. We'll be giving an introduction to Energy Outreach Colorado. We'll talk about what NEEP is, so the Nonprofit Energy Efficiency Program. We'll give a quick overview on that. How to qualify for our program. We'll give a summary of the program offerings. They can sometimes change year after year. We kind of have our basic kind of list that Ann will be presenting on, but also some 2022 opportunities. And then we'll also give a program timeline and talk a little bit about the program process with you all. So a little bit about Energy Outreach Colorado. We were established in 1989 with the belief that all low-income Coloradoans should be able to meet their energy needs and be able to afford and maintain their home. And the role we play in that is to helping by reducing energy bills and reducing energy cost burdens. We are the only nonprofit in the state that raises funds to help low-income Coloradoans afford their home energy, and we've been operating since, over 30 years now. So we do this in a couple of ways. Our organization was first established with the focus on residential energy. We since have expanded to include some commercial offerings. I'll be talking a little bit about the solar program as well. One of the programs that we first started off with, though, was this utility bill assistance. We also call our heating bill assistance. I put the phone number here in case anyone wants to share it. This phone line helps with utility bill assistance. So anyone experiencing rearages or are at risk of utility bill shut off, they can call this number, and if they qualify for, or if their income qualified, they can receive payment for their rearages and get them caught up to where they need to be. We also have an emergency furnace repair program called our Crisis Intervention Program. And that one is dedicated to, it's in the title, during the winter, if someone's heating system goes out, we are able to go in immediately and help change out their heating system for a new high efficiency system. And in addition, we also have energy efficiency funding for nonprofit organizations. So that's the program we'll be talking about today. But also affordable housing facilities. We have a multifamily program that focuses on multifamily buildings and upgrading heating, cooling, et cetera, equipment in those buildings. And then we also have a single family program focused on those single family homes and upgrading their systems as well. And then newer to our program is our solar program. It is constantly developing and offerings are always changing. So we suggest we just recently added on our website a section for the solar program, and we recommend on checking for the latest updates for that program on there. Right now, the main focus on that one is through providing community solar gardens for income qualified customers. We are hoping to expand, hopefully more, having the commercial spaces like nonprofits be able to access some of these offerings. Still in development, but if you all qualify for our program, we can definitely talk about that and keep you all updated on developments with solar. And then lastly, this point I just wanted to mention, since our establishment, we've always been a low-income energy advocate. So we have a lawyer on staff that is always monitoring, and our whole organization is always monitoring year after year any rate increases or any energy related issues that come up in our state that might affect our low-income populations across Colorado. And we try to intervene and protect the low-income Coloradans' interests. And so how we're able to do that, we did secure a system through energy policies during our creation with the Colorado Public Utilities Commission, the Colorado General Assembly, along with electric and gas distribution companies, to be able to reach that goal of making energy affordable for low-income Coloradoans. Just wanted to share this brochure that we like to share with everyone. We have digital copies that we can share, and these are printable. It's our We Can Help brochure that lists all of the programs I just kind of briefly mentioned here on the right. If anyone wants a copy of this brochure, we'll be having our contact information pasted at the end. So feel free to message us if you would like one of these copies to share or keep, however you see fit. This is kind of, I just wanted to reiterate our process that we take. So we kind of like to approach, or Energy Outreach as a whole likes to approach things kind of in this 3-step process. So number one being supporting Coloradoans. So in times of crisis, like I mentioned, if a heating system goes out, if people are behind on their utility bills and are being shut off or needing heating right away, we intervene and help kind of support Coloradans to fix those items, but also number two, we have this energy efficiency goal. So if a participant participates with us kind of in this first stage, we want to go back in and see if they could use new lighting, new insulation, new cooling, and kind of analyze the entire building as a whole for energy efficiency opportunities. Because we want to be able to also reduce their bills long term and also avoid any kind of emergency replacements in the future that might happen. So that kind of goes into the step 3, with our final goal being that long-term utility bill affordability. I'm going to dive into NEEP a little bit now, though. So the Nonprofit Energy Efficiency Program, this one wasn't established in the 80s. Like I said, we were very focused on more of the residential offerings. NEEP really came into play in 2007, 2008. So we realized while we were helping a lot of individuals and households, these very individuals that we were serving were also receiving assistance from the nonprofit organizations that were providing community resources. And so those nonprofit organizations we realized were also struggling to make ends meet. And this was particularly true in the 07-08 recession, kind of where NEEP kind of came from, because during that time with the recession, building maintenance costs were increased, and it also increased the risk of closure for some nonprofit organizations. And with that happening, you were pretty much removing, and I'm talking about whenever we have kind of economic instability, you're removing basically the essential community network that low-income Coloradoans depend on in a lot of cases. So that's where NEEP comes along. So our goal is to reduce monthly utility bills to be able to free up nonprofit organizations' budgets so they can dedicate those funds towards their programs, their services, or whatever other priorities they might have. So we do like to view utility costs as a very controllable item. So we know utility bills have some fixed fees on a month-to-month basis, but overall it is based on the building's usage. So we like to think, that we have lots of control over that. And we see it, after we install equipment, that there is a big effect on those utility bills. And not only the bills, but we also want to reiterate kind of what I mentioned earlier. We do the same for nonprofit organizations. So we don't just focus on one type of equipment when we go in. We want to analyze the whole building. So the building envelope, heating system, cooling system. Sometimes we get some with controls, and so we kind of keep it open to the organization on what they're needing, and kind of see if we have offerings that year to be able to provide some funding for that. And what that does is also, if there's an old boiler kind of reaching end of life, it's 15, 20 years old, but that wasn't our focus, or the nonprofit's focus, we do want to also submit that one and consider it for funding, because we want to reduce that unexpected maintenance issues and costs with that. So we don't want to address the cooling one year and then something breaks years later. If we want to kind of analyze the whole system and avoid those kind of surprise expenses for nonprofit organizations. Our eligibility requirements are listed here. These are kind of the top 4 that we look for. These are also on our website, and we'll be doing a little snippet showing you later where to find that on our website. The first one is that an organization must be registered as a 501c3 organization and be in a good standing status with the state of Colorado. Second one, the big one we look for here as well, is that programs are going to support the low-income community. So we have a series of questions on the application that kind of gauge at this. It's not kind of, we don't really have hard rules, but we're really flexible with how an organization defines how they're meeting this and serving the community to meet kind of this largely, serving the low-income community through their services that they provide. The organization must also either own or be in a long-term lease. So if an organization is renting, we are totally fine with looking at the building as long as they are in a long-term lease with at least 3 years remaining and the opportunity for renewing the lease. And then lastly is that in a nonprofit organization must be paying the utility bills. So this is important because we want the benefits to go to the nonprofit organization. So if the landlord is paying, the full costs, then, we need to kind of talk about that because we want the nonprofit to kind of reap the benefits long-term from our program. So with that, I will be passing it on to Ann Cruz.
Okay, I think I've got it now. Okay, hi everybody. We practiced this right before and I could not get it. Thanks, Evelyn. So she kind of went over the basic overview of Energy Outreach Colorado and got into NEEP, and I'm going to do a little bit deeper dive into what NEEP is in the process and into the details of what we can fund. So the biggest thing that's obviously the most interesting is grant funding for up to 100% of costs for the new equipment, which we'll get into more. But in addition to that, we also know that nonprofits are really busy and don't necessarily have time to put effort into upgrading all of their equipment to energy efficiency equipment. So we really try to support the nonprofits and lead these projects from the start to the beginning. So for free, we will offer the overall project management from start to finish. And that includes helping with contractor selection and procuring the bids, facilitating the info from the contractors to apply for the applicable utility rebates and other funding sources. Sorry, I'm confused. Putting together a funding package using all the leverage sources with the goal to require no contribution from the nonprofit. And then the ability to use a three-party contract, which is important because that means that we can pay the contractor directly. So there's no out-of-pocket expenses to the organization that would later need to be reimbursed. We can also do coordination of approved equipment installation and then provide education on the new equipment and additional conservation actions that can be taken. So this is kind of a visual follow-up to the previous slide of the full NEEP process. Again, the goal is to lead at each step of the way. It could be a 6 to 8 month process going through each of the steps, which I'll get into a little bit more. Starting off with the building assessment, we can schedule an in-person or virtual depending on the organization preference. We did do 100% virtual during COVID pandemic and have started going back into buildings. So it's really what the organization prefers. From there, we will determine what is eligible for funding and discuss priorities with the organization. Once we have that list of what those priorities are and what will be eligible for funding, we schedule contractor walkthroughs with our contractor network. From there, we will receive and facilitate all materials from the contractors and follow up and provide any follow-up needed in order to submit it to the utility. And that's where working with our contractor network can speed up this process because they're used to what is needed and there's less follow-up. Where sometimes with contractors we haven't worked before, it takes a little bit longer to get everything needed for the format to submit to the utility. Once we have everything we need, we'll submit it, everything as a package. Like Evelyn said, we like to submit everything all at once to the utility for funding consideration, and then they will calculate the energy savings based on the building's usage. This process I just went through of gathering the bids, putting it all together, submitting to the utility, and getting energy savings calculations is typically the longest part of the process. And we do some education during this time to kind of continue engaging while we wait. After that, when we have the funding approval from the utility, we'll take that and look at what other leverage funding sources we have to just provide an overall package to the organization, combining all those sources. Our goal is to fund at 100%, and there's never any obligation for the nonprofit to pay. If the project is for some reason not able to be fully funded, we'll have a discussion if the contribution is feasible, or if the scope needs to be reduced or prioritized based on available funding. So once decided and agreed upon, we'll start coordinating with the contractors on installation. This kind of final last step here. And I mentioned that the bid and submittal process kind of has been taking the longest, but also lately with supply chain issues, we've been having really long lead times on equipment ranging 4 weeks up to as bad as 30 weeks. So trying to keep it moving along, but certain things just slow it down. And then, as I mentioned, at different points along the NEAT process, our education team will engage with nonprofit and provide materials, just education materials to help save more energy. We see about an average of 15% on utility bills from energy efficiency upgrades. So, as Evelyn mentioned, we like to see the utility bill as a controllable cost. And so these are the two ways that we're really looking at how we can help control that cost. So the first one that I've been mostly talking about is installing equipment that reduces energy use. So upgrading to equipment that uses less energy by design, going from an 80% furnace to a 95% furnace. And our kind of simple example here is switching to LED lights. So if we take that and apply it to an actual example, you got your 60-watt incandescent bulb, take it out, put in a 9-watt LED bulb through the NEAT program, make some assumptions, and we'll take that 51-watt reduction by 10 hours a day, assume the cost is 8 cents, divide by 1,000 to convert the watts and kilowatts, and we're getting to $15 within the first year. Just an average, but kind of shows you that you got $15 for the first year with one bulb, but multiply that by several, sometimes hundreds of lighting fixtures, and you can see how it would the savings would really start to add up. And then in addition to operating costs, you're also going to be saving on capital replacement costs and maintenance costs down the road, since LEDs last longer than incandescent and fluorescent. Okay, so here's a list of our common NEAT replacements. LED lighting being at the top of the list as something that we really look for. Also, furnace replacements and tune-ups, boiler replacement and tune-ups, low flow faucet and shower head aerators, weather stripping around leaky doors, residential size refrigerators and freezers, hot water pipe insulation, and attic insulation. These are just kind of our common replacements that we look for or upgrades, but it's really determined by what the building needs and then going back to what the expected energy savings are, since our funding is dependent on the energy savings realized. So from here, I like to go into an example from last year that an organization said I could share. It was my favorite one from last year, maybe. This is Central San Juan Diego. On the left is a before picture of an attic that previously had no insulation. And then on the right, what looks like snow is actually insulation added to R60 for about 8,000 square feet that we were able to fund. And the organization immediately noticed the difference in temperature in the building, with it staying warmer in the winter and cooler in the summer, and allows them to change the set point on their RTUs to save on the heating and cooling costs without sacrificing comfort. Okay, so in addition to the items that I just discussed that are kind of our standard offering, 2022, 2023, we're working with Excel Energy on the beneficial electrification pilot, which Excel will talk more about, and then City of Denver, I think we'll be talking more about electrification. But with NEEP specifically, we're working with nonprofits to determine if a heat pump system works for the building, while also taking into consideration the impacts to operating costs. Some measures I've listed here that we're considering: rooftop units with heat pumps, furnaces with air source heat pumps, and ductless mini split systems. So when we're at those building assessments, we'll kind of evaluate, and if we think that it might be a good fit, we'll discuss it further with a nonprofit. Additionally, for this year and next year, we're looking for more projects that specifically save natural gas, specifically Xcel Energy natural gas. So we're looking heating system upgrades, insulation. And if you're on here and you've previously participated in NEEP and think that you have opportunities for natural gas savings this year, please reach out to me, contact info at the end. Otherwise, encourage you to apply for the next round, which will also be at the end of this presentation, how to do that. So going from there, you might be thinking, well, who's paying for these upgrades? Well, this slide kind of shows our largest funders, and you can see that all of the larger regulated utilities are on the list. Our goal is to help with nonprofits statewide across Colorado. Even if we don't have a contract or funding from the utility provider in the area, we still are able to help with nonprofits across the state. But that being said, the largest impact is possible in areas where we have these funding partners. So for example, here we have Xcel Energy and the Denver Office of Nonprofit Engagement, who we are putting this conference on with, and we can put together really good funding proposals with them. These projects are only possible because of the ability to leverage all these funding sources, where we are able to provide a package to the organization instead of them having to go to multiple sources to find the funding for the project. Energy Outreach Colorado also has funding set aside for the NEEP program, and that is its key to getting projects as close to 100% or 100% as possible. So now we talked about that first approach to saving with the actual improvements, but then the second approach would be looking at tips to use less energy with the existing equipment. These are all no cost, behavioral, and kind of following on the example of the lighting. We replace the lighting with LEDs, but to maximize those savings, let's turn them off if you're not using them. When you combine the energy efficiency measures with behavioral change, you can maximize the savings for your organization. Our team provides education on materials to help understand the commercial utility bills, from understanding the rates and different taxes that are being paid. We can provide info on engaging building occupants to lower energy use. A work summary at the end of the project that explains efficiency measures installed and connected conservation actions. And then we can also provide more in-depth services such as presentations on saving energy and other staff engagement opportunities. So here's our website to apply, and these slides will be saved and sent out. The presentations will be saved, but it's energyoutreach.com. And if you go to the programs for organizations, you'll see the nonprofit energy efficiency tab. Our application portal is online, available year round, but we don't review the applications until January. Start reviewing them on a rolling basis at the beginning of the year, January to April. We do accept emergency replacements outside of this window. So if there is an emergency, it's best to contact me directly and determine if it can be accepted outside of the review cycle, because again, we will not be reviewing applications that come in until January. Also, buildings and organizations can receive a NEEP grant more than once. So if you have a building that received upgrades a couple of years ago and needs something else, or if another building went through NEEP and you have a new building, or including rehab projects, you can reach out and that other building can also go through NEEP. If at any point after the NEEP process you have an energy need, then you can reach out and we can discuss if there's grant funding available. For any organizations that have previously participated in NEEP, we also have a streamlined application, and again, contact info on the last slide. This is just a quick screenshot of our website where you can see a little down at the bottom where to apply. and get more information. And here's my contact info. So I will pass it off to Jeff now.
Morning, thanks. That was great. Let me pull up my presentation here and see if I can get this rolling. Thanks. All right. Well, I'm going to hop into my portion here, which is really about CASR's, the Climate Action, Sustainability, and Resiliency arm of the city. And we work closely with the folks we talked with earlier and with D1, who's putting on this conference. And first of all, I'm going to talk about some of the drivers for change of heating and cooling systems, the incentive programs we're going to be standing up in the near future, and what systems we're starting with. And I really want to make sure that everyone understands these are programs that were really focused on our commercial and multifamily sector. They're larger than 5,000 square feet. So to start off with, renewable heating and cooling, a lot of times I talk about this as electrification. That's our shorthand to say we're going to move from gas to electric. And when we talk about electric, we're talking about heat pumps, which I'll talk about really soon. One of the things that I think is important is that we understand that there is a movement with Xcel Energy moving from its grid from a minimum of 80% renewable by 2030 and possibly 100% renewable in the Denver area in the near future. 2030 is well within the lifetime of anything that's installed today. So if you install something today, you're going to be moving off of fossil fuels in the near future. And as I said earlier, when we talk about electrification, heat pumps are the solution. It's reliable technology. Think about refrigerators uses a heat pump. So you already have one at your home or office. It's already there. And as it shows in the slide, 200 to 300% efficiency is a massive improvement because it moves the energy instead of creating it. That's a really big portion of why they are so efficient and why it's such an important switch for us. It's also something to recognize that natural gas is less expensive today, but it's going to change over time, and it's going to become something that we want to get ahead of that as we move into the future, especially for those that are the most impacted by climate change. Those people have the least resources. So one of the things that we talked about was what are the drivers for change. City code is actually going to be changing in the near future, and starting in 2023, we're actually moving it to require 2 to 3 items for space heating, and that's going to be submitting electrification feasibility report. We're working on those right now for feedback in July. Right sizing of your gas equipment, or pressure testing of the gas pipelines. The reason we want to do that is we want to make sure that we're getting the best gas systems that, if possible, that are out there for right sizing, make sure there's no leaks in the buildings. And if it is feasible for a site to actually put in electrification products, heat pump technology, then that is the next step in the process. And we'd like building owners like yourselves to know that. It's also something to see that in 2025 and 2027, we're going to have requirements for heat pump technology to be installed when the system actually is being replaced. So in 2025, it's the easy to electrify furnaces, rooftop units, individual tank type hot water heaters. Those need to be replaced when deemed cost effective. We know there's some buildings that cannot do it right away. And then in 2027, heat pumps will be required for the hard to electrify equipment, boilers, central hot water systems, also when cost effective. So what are the incentives? I'm going to go through kind of what is our program and how we're getting where we're going from where we are today. So we have, I'll be presenting later today to the Biz Committee and at the City Council, and we're going to have 3 tasks within in front of us to stand up a program for electrification. And the first one is really feasibility reports. We want to make sure that these reports are something that captures what is the current condition of a building, what are the alternatives to electrify, how could a heat pump replace a gas system, how could we, what is the cost of doing that, what are the benefits to that property to do that. That's also going to be that springboard into our pilots. We want to make sure that we're piloting some of these efforts, so that's task 2. We will start designing the pilot methodology early in July as we bring a contractor on board. And I think one of the big things is we have to learn by doing for any of these programs. These are big, they're complicated. We need to work with the people that are in these buildings. We need to work with the building owners, the people that are doing the installs. We want to understand what are these benefits and barriers as we move forward. And so we want to have that pilot program implemented and designed prior to the incentives, which is task 3. So the actual incentives for heat pump equipment and feasibility reports will be designed to increase participation, especially focusing on our under-resourced buildings. And these are the buildings that you could think of our neighborhoods that are least equipped to deal with climate change, the inverted L we see in Denver. Some of you may be in some of those communities. These are the places where we want to spend half of our funds, and we want to work with the under-resourced building owners and the community to understand the barriers and really co-create this program together because we need that collaborative approach. And you can see our goals per year. We want to do about 1,200 feasibility reports in next year, 70 pilots over two phases, that easy to electrify and hard to electrify, and 10% of buildings. And starting at next year, we'd like to see moving into that, they're installing heat pumps. So these are fairly aggressive goals to actually move us forward. A little bit more about electrification feasibility reports. I think one of the big things that we want to really hit on here is this is not a full audit nor a design schematic. This is more of a checklist and some calculations for the building owner and the industry to understand, is this the right building to install something? Is it not? We want to make these cost effective, and we want to make sure that we're really helping people move to that level where they can install quickly if it is feasible. And as part of this, we're going to make sure we stand up some incentives and trainings to be offered starting this fall, so that the HVAC industries, building engineers, and building owners understand the why, the what's, and the hows to do these. And I think as we start building our incentives, I think one of the things that we already know, I'd say some of the rules around this is that we're going to be looking at end of life systems. We're not asking you to replace something that is working well, that has another 5 to 10 years worth of life in it. Many systems, especially if you just put in a system in the last couple of years, it can last you for some time. We're focused on those that need to be replaced soon, the 1 to 3 years. Again, 50% of the funds going to those under-resourced buildings. We're also looking to take advantage of, as the first 2 speakers talked about, other programs that are out there. We know that there's already a cost to the building owners to replace the existing natural gas systems. We expect money to come from the building owners for part of this to replace. Other financing options are out there that was already talked about. There's utility rebates that are ongoing, and ours would layer on top of those to actually incentivize more of these easy to electrify systems in 2023, 2024. And I think one of the last parts I'll talk about here before I jump to design is really that partial and fully electric conversions are in scope for these. And partial electrification means that we would have gas as the backup on the extremely cold days, so that it is something that it lowers cost up front for the installs, and it does moderate some of the cost in the near future But something that we will also be looking at is these full electrification, cold climate heat pumps that can actually, remove the gas from completely from that building. But we're still at the design phase. So when we look at these products, we want to make sure that we're understanding the barriers to change and that we understand how do we know if we're, financing this right? Are we getting the right products to the right people? This takes time, and we need to continuously improve our process. And to change and improve this program, we need your feedback and help throughout the process. Any of you who are working with us, either on pilots or incentives, we're going to need that feedback loop to be, to be there. And I think that I've run other incentive programs in the past. The best way to change is to understand what are we doing for and with our community. That's the industry, that's the building owners, that's the tenants. If everyone is working together, we get a better program. And our first one to test that is our pilots, which I'll be talking about at tomorrow morning session. We want to test that process. We want to make sure we understand what we're doing before we get to the full incentives program. And as we build that, we know that facilitation, I think what EOC was just talking about, they have a lot of facilitation services to make sure that there is, that one-stop shop to understand what are my programs, what is my product I'm installing, who do I get to do these things? We need to build those for all of our community as they come through to understand those things and really, overcome those barriers. And then lastly, we're going to be looking at surveys to actually understand, did we do it right? Are we getting good feedback? And are we following up to understand what's going on in our community? Because these incentives, they don't last forever. It is designed so that we can move the market. And as I showed you in the slide previously, in 2025, it becomes the norm for us to replace with electric heat pumps and not the exception. So at some point, these move away and we have only incentives for our under-resourced buildings. And that starts in 2025 for the easy to electrify systems and the hard to electrify in 2027. So you're probably asking yourself, well, what is an easy to electrify system? Tell me a little bit more about these because heat pumps may be new to you. So in the last 5 minutes, I'll tell you a little bit about what is an easy to electrify system. And these all come from our renewable heating and cooling plan. So there's a link here on the slide. If you want to check it out, you certainly can on our website. And there's more information there than I can possibly get through in the next 5 minutes or even an hour. But I think it starts with just understanding that we're looking at, the space heating of furnaces. And this is, half of the multifamily square footage. About 15% of commercial is using a regular furnace, and it can be replaced with a heat pump technology of either ducted or mini split. Technology can actually reduce your energy use intensity by 25%, 24% actually. But you can start seeing your gas reductions can be really big, within these. And 70 to 80% for the partial and 100% in the full electric versions. These do come with an increased cost to actually install. So that is the portion that we're really looking to incentivize, that 5 to 18% above for the ducted mini splits. That's certainly something that we would want to look at. And certainly from the full electrification, we would want to look at those also as incentives. And then rooftop units. Many of you may have these, especially if you have a larger space, a warehouse or office building. 37% of commercial buildings have a rooftop unit furnace and usually an AC that's associated with it. These are ones that are definitely, they're a little bit bulkier, but you can actually move these to a heat pump, and it is, cost effective. It does cost, the partial shows 12% increase in cost, up to 70% more to cost for a fully electric. These are things that we would look for these pilots and incentives to really understand, how do we move that marketplace to get partial and full electrification of these units coming up in the near future. And lastly on our list is the water heating. It's about 30% of your gas usage is going to be hot water for most places. And you can see again, this is, that 14% of commercial and about half of the multifamily square footage in the Denver area has a tank type hot water heater. And these are always going to be fully electric. There's not a gas backup for them. So it's slightly different than the space heating technology, but the installation costs, fortunately, for a hot water heater are much less than a rooftop unit or a furnace. They're still expensive, especially if you have a lot of multifamily or a lot of these units in your building, and it can cost you about 50% more for that technology. I think that this is something that we expect all of these systems to come down in price as more of them are installed. We expect them to become something of more of the norm through this work. And that I think this is where we really want to see our incentives really moving that marketplace in the first 2 years of our program. And in 2025, as these become required at the point of change, that the cost has moderated and we can move away from our incentives and really work on just the under-resourced buildings at that point. And I'll just leave you with the last portion. I think this is pretty well covered before. There are other financing and incentive options available at this time. I think I'll just say, check back with our CASR website here in early 2023 and check out my presentation tomorrow on pilots if you're interested or you have a building that needs to change its heating, space heating or water heating in the next 2 to 3 years. With that, I will hand it back to the moderator for our question and answer session.
Thank you, Ann, Evelyn, and Jeff. So just a couple of housekeeping notes before we get into the questions. Just be reminded that we will be sending out a link to all of these guys' presentations and any additional resources that they've made available for you. And then just as another note, remember that if you want to ask a question, click that little Q&A bubble down at the bottom of your screen. It's right there next to between the participants and the chat. And you can put those in that particular bubble, and then we'll answer them in the order in which they receive. So getting to some of those questions, the first question is for Ann and Evelyn, and it talks about how does the NEAT program provide cooling efficiency upgrades, and are heat pumps funded by the program?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think the NEAT program does provide incentives for high efficiency cooling options. It's not on the list of common NEAT replacements just because sometimes the funding for cooling is not as great as the other items listed, but we definitely can provide funding for that. And we'll look at that as a part of our building assessment. And then for the second part of the question, if we can fund heat pumps, that is also a yes.
Okay. And then our next question is from Nico, and he asks, how could it work if we are a nonprofit and we're in the process of constructing a new building? Do we still have the opportunity to benefit from the NEAT program?
Yeah, so right now, NEAT currently offers incentives for rehabs of existing buildings, even if it's an extensive rehab, but not completely new construction. But that being said, Nico, please contact me and we can talk through your building. Offerings change depending on your timeline. Want to make sure that we're connected and can get you any funding that you are able to receive. And then also I looked through the folders real quick and saw that we have FIRC as a NEAT participant in 2011. So with that, you're already kind of auto qualified in NEAT. Do not need to apply, just reach out to me directly.
Cool. This next question, and I will direct it at any of the panelists. It talks about how do you see heat pumps performing in cold days? Do you see them with supplemental systems? And that was from Nico again.
I can start. I think what from our perspective, and it's captured in the renewable heating and cooling plan, is that we see there's two different types of heat pumps. We have our regular air source heat pumps that would definitely need some sort of electric or gas backup system on, even 20 degrees, not just negative 20 degrees Fahrenheit. And then there are cold climate heat pumps, which are moving into the market fairly rapidly, especially in other countries that we're seeing like Japan and Germany. But there's definitely a need for an electric or gas backup if you're using just an air source heat pump. And we do see them not, being as effective at those lower temperatures, but the cold climate, we're seeing those really still working. And they usually have an electric backup at that negative 20.
Anything to add there, Team EOC?
I think I'll just add from a neat perspective, we have been looking at those gas backups as a way to introduce electrification, but also really look at the bill impacts and make sure that we can switch over to the gas at those lower temperatures and not raise the energy bills.
Okay, thank you. This next question is directed specifically to you, Jeff. It says, how do you calculate the social cost of carbon?
I'm going to unmute first. I put it into the chat here. I don't know if it actually showed up or not, but I typed an answer in there. But it is within our city code that actually says that social cost of carbon means either 79 cents or $79 per metric ton of carbon dioxide with an annual escalation of 2.5% starting in January 1, 2022, or the social cost of carbon dioxide as determined by the Public Utility Commission of the state of Colorado, whichever is greater. So that is how we define that. I know it's kind of an inside baseball term, but it is something that is right within our city code and that we would look to understand that it's going to increase over time.
Okay. And then the next question is, I guess, open to the panel. Is the renewable heating cooling policy only applicable for commercial and multifamily buildings? And will there be a similar policy for residential buildings?
I think this one is aimed at me and that within city code, we're looking right now at the commercial and multifamily within code. We do not have a residential, a single family, small multifamily policy at this time that is the same level, but we are certainly looking at that and reviewing. And I think, so everyone understands why we're doing that is that half of all emissions within the city are at that commercial and multifamily space and water heating, and 49% is there. It is a much smaller portion at the single family, small multifamily, and regulating those is a lot harder. So I think we need to start off with easy to electrify, the commercial multifamily, move to the hard to electrify. And as we move, we're going to starting to understand how do we affect that single family, small multifamily, small commercial space also.
Thank you, sir. So those were the questions. Again, if you have additional questions, please use the Q&A function to place your question and we'll keep those moving. But I will toss a question to the panel. This pandemic was a curveball for all of us. And as we kind of come out of the pandemic, I would ask each of you guys to talk two things. One, talk about kind of how it impacted your work. And then two, what your advice would be to some of the nonprofits as they start to look at how they kind of recover with regard to some of the incentives that the cities offers or the grants that are out there. So again, talk about how it impacted your work and kind of what pivots you had to make. And then secondly, your advice for nonprofits. So I'll start with you, Ann Cruz.
I get to go first. Yeah, so I think at the at the beginning, we definitely had to pivot because nonprofit organizations are kind of that serving the vulnerable population. We didn't want to come in and spread COVID. They're very careful about having visitors. So we switched everything to virtual, which continued to work for the most part. We did have some projects that got a little bit delayed by that, but the virtual option did really help out a lot of people and why we continue to offer it. And then switching to that, we're now able to just go back in person and make sure if people are interested. And just thinking about going forward, any upgrades people are thinking of making. I know air quality is a big thing right now, which while we're not funding improvements to air quality in building, if you're looking at replacing RTUs or things of that nature, definitely reaching out to NEEP to see if there's any funding for the efficiency improvements that can also be made at the same time.
Anything further, Evelyn?
I think the only item that kind of caught us by surprise, and we're kind of still seeing the, I guess, backlashes from that, we don't know when it's going to stop, is the equipment price increases as a result of the pandemic. We saw them during the pandemic, so we thought it was going to be a little temporary, but we're continuing to see that, and something we're kind of trying to work with. We're still continuing the program. The equipment offerings are still the same, but just kind of working with that a couple of years later after the pandemic.
Okay. And Jeff, what say you, sir?
Yeah, I'll echo some of the same things from Evelyn and Ann. I was actually working at Denver Water at the beginning of the pandemic, and I can say that one of the things is that we certainly saw impacts to our programs with customers not being able to, understand getting services from us and from others. Just a lack of people being able to get out and do anything was certainly a difficulty. And I think that especially the multifamily commercial sector saw some of this. And those places that were more proactive, the places that had planned ahead for toilet replacements, for hot water and furnace replacements, that knew when things were going to happen and had started to address how much is this going to cost early on. While it was not a panacea for that, it certainly did not solve it. The supply chain issues or the cost increases that they saw, it certainly did move them through programs faster. So I think that my lesson learned out of this is, for any of your equipment that you're looking at replacing, have a schedule. Know, hey, if right now you don't know how old your hot water heater is, this is the time to go out and look at that and start making a plan. Start figuring out what you have on site. And if you don't have a good capital plan for when you're going to replace and what you're going to replace, this is the moment to start thinking about that, because its costs go up. It's going to take longer to get someone in. It's going to take longer to get equipment. Let's start planning ahead and start using, leveraging these other funds. But it does go back to the individual to, hey, what do you got there? When's it going to fail? And how can we get ahead of this?
Thank you, sir. And then I still don't have any additional questions, so I'll ask another. I'm a small nonprofit, right? And we got about 2 or 3 people on staff. We own the building that we're in. You guys have thrown a lot of information at us today, and I will ask you to answer Team EOC as a single unit. And then Jeff, for you and some of the city incentives. I'm a small nonprofit. I mean, what would you suggest my first step be? I mean, how do I get started? Because there's a lot of information, but it all begins with that first step. So if you guys would share kind of small nonprofit, here's what I would do first. You go, Jeff.
All right, I'll start where I ended before. I think it's really assessing your own needs, knowing what is going on, especially on your heating and cooling. Those equipment, what is the age of those? And I think that if you're going to have something that's at near end of life, even 5 years, and even if you have what I call the harder to electrify systems, go to our website. Sign up for the pilot. I would love to see people into the pilots, even if you cannot pilot because we don't select you, your equipment isn't right, it's not the right timing. we're still in the loop. You're still in the loop to get the incentives first and to find out what's going to help you move where you're going. And I think it's also start asking yourselves, I go back to some of Anne's presentation, like really, and probably steal her thunder, but it's like, what is it that you need to do to move through that process that she outlined? That's, I think that's what we're going to be asking for, those kind of questions. I think the other portion for this group, for the small nonprofits out there, it's like, who else needs this information? We're asking for you to also be our advocates for these changes for the others that are within your areas, and start thinking about how do we bring along that larger community to this process. And I think that we can't just do this alone from just one at a time with one group at a time. We need to start thinking about how do we group larger groups together, and we start getting contracts together with other groups. How do we make this all part of how we do business in the future?
Okay. I think I'm going to have to let that be the last word. And so just be reminded, for those looking for the contact information for these three amazing panelists, they were presented at the beginning. And then just be reminded that the Nonprofit Learning Lab, they're going to be sending you your link for the next session. They'll put those in the chat. So with that, again, we want to thank the three panelists for doing a fine job for us. And we'll give you just a few minutes to transition, or actually a break to transition to the next workshop. So thank you for being here, and we'll see you soon.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nydia Gomez, and I work here with the Agency for Human Rights and Community Partnerships. I'm really excited for today, and I want to thank you all for being here. This is session World of Work Reentry, Return to Office Space Planning from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. You'll be hearing from three presenters today. The first one will be Jordan Rogers from the EPA Region 8, who will be presenting Returning to Work After COVID-19, Lessons Learned. Next, you'll be hearing from Amanda Hong from the EPA, who will be presenting Maintaining Healthy Indoor Environments. And then you'll be hearing from Sherry Kinnard with the EPA, who will be presenting Safe, Effective Cleaning Protocols in the time of COVID-19. So we will go through questions at the end during our Q&A time. For the Q&A, we'll go through questions in the chat in the order that we receive them. So when you ask a question, can you please just state who the question is for? And then once we go through all those questions, we will open the discussion to all. So I would like to hand it off to our first presenter, Jordan Rogers.
Okay, I see people nodding. Let me start over then. Wow, it's year 2 in the pandemic, and the mute button still gets us sometimes. Okay, so then you can't see my screen? Is there? Okay, let me start again. Hi, good morning. It is a morning. It's been one of those days so far, and it's not even 9 o'clock, or it is now. So I just want to go over quickly the agenda for what I'm talking about. First, I'm talking about the communication that we went through and the notifications we had to prepare our staff in the region, policies that we had to set, since it was a whole new thing, is trying to figure things out, how we actually got our facilities prepared for people coming back into them to actually use them, and the new culture of wearing masks, along with what do we do when someone actually still gets sick. And then, of course, as we all have things out of our control, we'll talk about those things as well. So hopefully, save questions until the question part. I won't be able to hear it anyways. Okay, so the issue, the big challenge about communicating is sometimes emails aren't read. Sometimes people aren't paying attention in meetings. Sometimes people don't check the page of our internal website. So we've found that over communicating it all across all of our platforms is necessary for the data to get out there to all the staff. That includes mass mailers. That includes posting it on our intranet site, but it also includes we did regular town halls where we set up actual question and answers. We had PowerPoints and different things set up so that people can actually see the big issues. For example, like, hey, if you need, COVID safety supplies like masks, we have them over here in this area, those things like that. And we also got a lot of questions during this time, so that actually helped us focus our answers and how we prepared the staff. So we kind of figured out what were the big things that they were concerned with. But more importantly, we realized that the importance of the first line supervisors actually being the one to make sure that all of their individual staff got the correct information without just thinking that they're going to read all the emails. So it always came back down to the first line supervisors to make sure that that was happening, that information was being communicated. The good thing though is, even though we've been in basically working from home 100% for the last few years, the union negotiated that we would give our staff a 45-day notification that before they actually had to come back to the office, so they could prepare with, setting up childcare, getting their transportation set up, and even mentally and emotionally preparing to coming back to work, because we're also used to working from home, wearing our pajamas and rolling our chair to the fridge to grab a drink or whatever. At least that's what my situation was. But it like I said, allowed the staff to get ready, to get back in the mindset of, yes, I have to start going back to work. Because there are things like, oh, daycare is expensive, and oh yeah, we got to pay gas. And how is the bus system working? Is the system still going to be offering the same times and the same transportation options as before, or is the pandemic really affecting that as well, which it did. So that was a challenge as well. The second part of the challenge we've had of coming back to work are actual policies. We found that a lot of policies had to be rewritten to reflect the new normal of this hybrid working environment. And so a lot of times we would have to figure out, well, are we going to follow local guidance, CDC guidance? What about agency guidance? And a lot of times we would have CDC guidance before agency guidance, and we had to figure out, well, we got to follow this for a week or two until we get the agency guidance a few weeks later, so that it was always unpredictable. It seemed like the policy was always changing every few weeks. So that, with the communication piece, like making sure everyone got the news, and then you were like, okay, everyone understands, but then they would get a new policy change a few weeks later. So I'm sure it was very frustrating for everybody. So it's always changing, and it's sometimes hard to get a timely answer from headquarters because they're dealing with a bunch of other things too. So we found that we'd send a question that would typically need an answer quick on, but then we'd end up waiting like a few days or a week before we got that. So we have to make our best guesstimate on what we should do a lot of times until we actually got the official word. One of the big things we had to change, though, not necessarily a policy so much as changing the mindset of staff, is, before the pandemic, a lot of people would be like, well, I feel kind of under the weather, but I'm gonna work hard every day. I'm gonna go into the office, even if I don't feel well, my nose is running. I'm just gonna, charge through the day and show everybody that I work hard. We're trying to change that mindset, that if you're feeling sick, whether that be a COVID or just a cold or a flu or whatever, just to stay home and telework. And we do give those options to our staff, that if they are feeling under the weather, because if they have to come in, we do a self-assessment, to like a self-check, like, well, do I have this symptom? Do I have that symptom? And if they have yes on any of those answers, then we allow them to telework from home without having to come in. So given that flexibility, we're trying to promote that idea of, you don't need to be tough and hard and amazing to work in the office when you're sick. Please stay home so no one else gets sick. Now the last part of that challenge, of course, is not just having virtual meetings, but if you're now in the building, we have tons of conference rooms and team meeting rooms, but making sure all of those rooms are set up with IT to have the ability to have a hybrid meeting. So some people can sit in the room, some people can log into the meeting from their desk or from home. So that allows everyone who is supposed to be in the meeting to actually log into the meeting and actually be a part of it, not mandating that, hey, this meeting is in this conference room, you all have to be there. So giving that flexibility is very helpful as well. So getting the building ready, this was actually a large part of what I had to do, and there was a lot involved because when the pandemic started and everyone went home, they basically grabbed everything they could and got home as fast as they possibly can. But over the years of us not really using the building, you know, clock batteries died, people's computer cubicles and areas were used for random storage. You know, it was a bit of a mess. So trying to get everything ready, getting the conference rooms reset up because all of those were shut down. The break rooms, for example, were emptied of tables and chairs. Those all had to be reconstituted. So there's a lot. And throughout the whole pandemic, we get a new notification from headquarters saying, hey, put up this sign letting people know about this or that. And so over the years, we would have like just a wallpapering of a bunch of 8.5 by 11 white sheet printouts, you know, taped all over the walls and doors and elevators, to the point that it just became white noise and no one noticed anything. So ended up we cleared all of those off and made a clear one sign that shows the COVID community transmission level, whether that be low, medium, or high. You know, we color coded it green, yellow, or red, and then it gave the rules like, well, if you're in low or medium, you don't have to wear a mask. If we're in high, you have to wear a mask. That way people knew just one sign gives all the information. They can glance at that, or they can go on the website before they come in to see what the level is as well. We also had a spring cleaning event here. So it had the dual purpose of cleaning up the areas, but also getting people back in the mindset of, oh yes, this is my new workspace. I'm back in the office. We need to make sure everything's good to go. So we allowed people to carry their office supplies that they weren't using anymore, or to recycle, or to throw a bunch of trash out. And that took the whole month of May. We had that event. We also increased our in-person services that we have in the building. For example, IT in-person services, our badging services, our copy room and mail room. All those hours were increased because during the pandemic, we only didn't have people really coming into the office. So we only had like a 1 day a week. Now it's been doubled or tripled in some cases. We also increased our number of contractors to support as well, because we decreased that number when the pandemic began down to basically 2 people, 1 full-time, 1 part-time. Now we're ramped up back to 4 full-time folks supporting mailroom and office supplies and that kind of thing. Another thing you see down here is a started CO2 monitoring program. This is more of a indicator of air quality in conference rooms and break rooms. So if you're sitting in there and the CO2 parts per million increases to an uncomfortable level, for example, 1,000 or 2,000 parts per million, the people who are in that meeting have an opportunity to observe that, monitor, and then make a decision whether to open that door and let some more fresh air in that room, or go back to their cubicle and log in to that meeting via their computer. That way, people feel more comfortable with attending those meetings without having to be exposed to a lot of people exhaling and breathing in those rooms. And so, yeah, so a lot of it was just making sure that the office space was set up in a manner that people felt like they're coming back to a professional workplace and they felt comfortable there. One of the things they said, that last line, COVID-related supplies, we actually set up a room, basically a supply station on the 3rd floor here in our building, in the Wincoop headquarters building, where it actually, we have, you know, hand sanitizer and extra masks. The people come into work, they're like, oh, I forgot to grab my mask when I left the house, or this one's dirty, or I need more hand sanitizer, they can actually run over there and get extra supplies, which is helpful. I've actually used that myself. I've come into the office and like, oh man, I totally forgot. Along with that though is, it says mask wearing is a very sensitive issue. There are some folks who don't like wearing masks, whether that be a personal choice or a medical reason. And so we had to go through the headquarters to, like, if someone wanted a waiver on be able to wear a mask or not, that had to go through headquarters, for example. But like I said, having people wearing a mask based on community levels is important. But also reminding them like, hey, if you don't feel comfortable not wearing a mask, even if you're not technically mandated to wear a mask, for example, in low or medium COVID community transmission level, if you want to, you should wear a mask, and trying to make it a judgment-free zone and create that mindset of I'm wearing a mask to be considerate of others as well. And the EPA did build a website all about COVID and our policies and rules and procedures, and that's online in our intranet. And that way it allows us to quickly review what the current policy is. And that's always based off CDC guidance, even though it's usually a week or two behind when that CDC guidance comes through. Yeah, so one of the big challenges when someone actually gets sick with COVID is the contact tracing, which is basically, someone calls their supervisor and says, I just tested positive for COVID. I was in the office 2 days ago. And so the contact tracing, we have to talk to that person, say, hey, who were you in contact with? What floors were you on? Were you just in your office? Did you have communications with someone? And then it creates this huge phone tree, basically, where you're trying to track down, do this investigation to notify all of those folks that may have been exposed. And if they've been exposed, then we're asking those folks who were exposed, who had COVID, to stay home for 10 days and not come into the office. And luckily, though, with the technology, they're just able to telework, which is very handy. One of the challenges we had noticed, though, is the OSHA reporting, because if you meet the three criteria of possibly getting COVID or being exposed to COVID while at work or doing work duties or work travel, if you had to get medical care or treatment for that, and if you missed work days because of that, if those criteria are met, then it has to be an OSHA recording and reportable event. And if it's reportable, they also have the option of putting in for workman's comp, although that process is fraught with lots of paperwork and red tape. And so people typically just say, well, I'll just eat that one sick day because it's not worth it to go through the efforts. But if they end up getting COVID while on a work trip, part of the funding we have to think about is, now they have to quarantine in their hotel room for 10 days, and that increases the cost of the trip. I know I have 1 minute left, but these are some of the things that impact our ability / desire to come into work. Mass transit. So the homeless population quite increased down here in downtown Denver. A lot of them's hanging out around Union Station, and even on the buses and trains, so people weren't really wanting to take public transportation. And also the buildings seem to be surrounded by a lot of homeless people. So we've worked with local law enforcement in our building security. We've actually created a separate entrance for bicycles. Before, to get to our bike cage on our parking level, they had to go through a back entrance, and there were always usually 2 or 3 homeless people sleeping right in front of the door. So we negotiated with the building to open up the front building door to access that way. So a lot of it's been working with the building to make sure that we're doing things to create safety. And after talking with them, they decided to create a coalition with other buildings within the area, their other building managers, where they're trying to look at things, for example, like hiring their own security guard force to patrol the area right around the buildings to decrease those negative interactions. So it's been a big challenge. It's crazy. Luckily, a lot of folks have opted and been approved to telework 80% of the time. So maybe only coming into the actual office space once or twice a week. And we had well over 80, 100% telework, remote work applications approved, which freed up quite a bit of space in our building. So we're just trying to maintain communication and making sure our staff knows exactly what's going on and change that new culture of this hybrid work environment. And that's my rambling presentation. And I'll mute it. Back to, I guess, going to Amanda.
Great. Thanks so much, Jordan. That was really interesting, having been through it myself, to hear kind of your perspective. I have a newfound appreciation of all the work that you guys did in juggling all of us. All right, so now I'm up and I'm going to talk to you all about maintaining healthy indoor environments. Can I just get a quick thumbs up? Are you seeing my slides? Okay, great. Thank you. So, you know, thankfully, I think one of the good things actually that came out of the pandemic, sort of a silver lining, is that it really shone a light on how important indoor air quality really is. People seem more aware and more concerned about what the air quality indoors looks like, and I think along with that, just more interest in what are some other common pollutants outside of COVID-19 that we need to be looking out for. So this presentation is all about what are those common pollutants and what can we do to ensure that our exposure in the building is limited or mitigated. This is important because on average, Americans spend about 90% of our time indoors, which sounds high, but it is true. We spend a lot of our time indoors. And I just love this quote from Benjamin Franklin. I am persuaded that no common air from without is so unwholesome as air within a closed room that has been often breathed and not changed. And that's just so accurate. However, there are no federal regulations around indoor air quality, and very few state or local laws that kind of protect that. It's really up to us as individuals to ensure that the air we're breathing indoors is safe. This is especially important for people with asthma. There are lots of asthma triggers that are found indoors that can trigger attacks. And unfortunately, that asthma impacts over 23 million Americans, and including about 6 million children. So we're going to talk about several of the things on this asthma triggers list here today. We're going to go through radon, mold, carbon monoxide, volatile organic compounds or VOCs, and then finish up with some other contaminants. Along the way, I am going to give you some resources and tips on what you can do to prevent or reduce exposure to these things. But I did just want to take one quick minute and mention that when I've given this presentation in the past, it can be very overwhelming. Some of these topics, hopefully you've heard of all of these, but some of them may be new to you. And I know when I first began learning about some of these common pollutants indoors, I have 2 little kids at home. I felt pretty overwhelmed with the amount of new threats that had been there lurking in my home the entire time that I was just learning about what do I do? How do I protect my kids? How do I protect my family? So I just wanted to mention that, that I know that this can be overwhelming, and I hope that my goal for this presentation is to for you to leave feeling empowered on how to tackle these one at a time. You can definitely do it slowly, and give you those resources to really help you do that. My intention is not to scare everyone. Okay, so jumping right into radon. Radon's a radioactive gas. It comes naturally from the decay of uranium, which is found in all soils around the world, really. But especially here in Colorado, in our region, we've got a lot of granite, and granite has a lot of uranium that's going to produce radon naturally. So just about every other home here in Colorado is going to have high levels of radon. So very important topic to start out with here today. It typically moves into the home through cracks or holes in your foundation or basement. And unfortunately, there's really no way at all to know if your home or building has a radon problem unless you test. Just judging off of your neighbor's results alone is not going to be a good indicator of whether or not you're likely to have a radon problem. We see this all the time, what's depicted in this slide, where one home will have an extremely high level of around 100 picocuries per liter of air, and the next door neighbor has no radon problem at all. 1.25 is somewhat close to just ambient outdoor levels of radon in the outdoor air, so that's not an issue in that home. So the only way to know whether or not your building has a radon problem is to test. The reason it's important is that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer among non-smokers, and it's the second leading cause of lung cancer in general behind tobacco use. It's responsible for around 21,000 lung cancer deaths every year, which is greater than the number of drunk driving deaths per year. And for some reason, we hear about it far less. But around 2,900 of these deaths occur among people who have never smoked. Thankfully, radon is one environmental problem that has an actually very straightforward solution. Just test, fix, and save a life. That's the mantra to remember. First, test your building for radon. It's actually pretty easy and inexpensive. There are several options for testing your home or building. If you've got a large building, you might require multiple test locations. You can do it yourself. Costs are around $15 to $25 per test, depending on whether you're buying a short-term or long-term test. I've included some links here where you can find that information. You could also hire a professional contractor to come in and test your building or home if you'd rather go that route. If you get those results back and you find that your radon level is high, EPA has set that high level at 4 picocuries per liter of air or higher. However, you may find that you'd like to go ahead and reduce your risk even if you're at a level below 4. Most mitigation systems can lower radon levels to around 2 picocuries per liter or even lower. So you can definitely get your radon levels low anywhere at 2 picocuries per liter or higher, really. It's fairly inexpensive compared to other home maintenance costs to install a radon mitigation system. Of course, costs are going to differ depending on the makeup of your home, what it looks like, and how hard it is to access the basement and foundation. But basically, a mitigator is going to come in and install a system that's going to reroute the air from underneath your home above the roof line. So just pulling that air from underneath the home and releasing it up on top of your house so that you're not allowing that radon to build up indoors. Very effective and pretty simple and straightforward. It costs, I think in Colorado here, the average mitigation cost is around $1,000 or $1,200. So not inexpensive, but not as costly as, say, replacing your furnace or something like that. Here in Colorado, we're also extremely lucky because Colorado is, I believe, the only state in the entire nation that offers a low-income radon mitigation assistance program. I do not have that information on this slide, but if somebody could help me remember to drop that information in the chat for people to access. If you just go to coloradoradon.info, you can find that information online. And if you or someone you know meets certain income eligibility requirements, they could get that radon system installed at no cost to them at all. So that's a really great thing that's offered to us here in Colorado. Some more radon resources to check out later if you'd like. And let's move into mold. So mold has a really bad rap. It's a natural part of the environment, though. It's a very important part of our natural environment, and it's a good thing to see that outdoors. Indoors is where it causes issues, but you cannot eliminate mold entirely in an indoor environment. Mold spores will be present everywhere. They are just naturally occurring in the environment. The problem occurs when that mold has water to then grow on things. So the mold needs organic material to eat, and it also needs water to grow. So the most important piece of controlling mold growth is water. Generally, you do not need a special test to figure out if you've got mold. Generally, your eyes and nose are going to do the testing for you, although a moisture meter may help you to identify if there's a moisture problem indoors. That can be a useful tool. Molds are most likely to grow indoors in areas with water, like bathrooms, sinks, basements, or in areas without insulation, like your windows, your outside walls, your attics. It can cause health problems when you're exposed to mold. It actually can cause reactions in individuals who are quote unquote sensitive and non-sensitive alike. You're going to see symptoms like hay fever, sneezing, runny nose, red eyes, skin rash, and even attacks for those individuals with asthma. You can take this, you'll have access to these slides later, I believe, and so you'll see a lot of links in this presentation where you can click around and learn more about these topics later on. So what can you do? Preventing mold growth is really key. Of course, prevent that exposure before it ever occurs. Fix leaks right away as soon as you notice a leak. Don't allow that mold to grow. Reduce humidity. That's not necessarily so much of an issue here in Colorado, but there are still humid rooms in certain areas, so you want to look out for that. If you do have any kind of water damage from, say, a flooding event or a backed up sewer or something like that, you want to dry any water damaged items within 24 to 48 hours as soon as you can. If you clean up the mold, but you don't fix the water problem, that mold will come back. So again, really address that water problem first and foremost. If you've got a small mold growth problem and you want to clean it up yourself, you want to wear that personal protective equipment. You want to wear your N95 mask, your goggles, your rubber gloves. You don't need any special cleaners to clean up the mold. You just need water and a detergent. But if you're trying to clean up something porous, such as drywall or even carpet, that may have to be thrown away. Most likely it will have to be thrown away and replaced if you've got mold growing on it. If you have an extensive mold growth issue, you really need to hire a professional to clean that up. Here's more additional resources on mold. And let's move into carbon monoxide. So this is probably the one that most people know the most about because of how immediately impactful carbon monoxide exposure can be. It's odorless, it's colorless, and it's of course toxic. And it generally enters a building or an indoor environment through some kind of improper combustion. So if you've got unvented kerosene or gas space heaters, a leaky chimney, backdrafting from your furnace, generators, of course, running a car in a garage can cause CO to build up indoors. Tobacco smoke. Basically, if you're burning something, you need to make sure that you're doing it in a safe way to avoid carbon monoxide exposure indoors. I think most people probably understand what happens when you've got carbon monoxide exposure. At lower concentrations, you're going to see some fatigue. You may see some chest pain in people with heart disease. As it builds up to higher levels, you're going to see impaired vision, reduced brain function, and then, of course, at very high levels, you'll see a loss of consciousness and death. Thankfully, we do have a lot of regulations at the state and local levels that require detectors and alarms to be installed in buildings. And they have been proven to reduce harm, significantly effective at making people aware of a CO problem so that they can get out and fix it right away. However, there are some things to look out for that we all need to be aware of. That monitor or that device does need to be underwriter laboratory approved. And we do need to make sure we're doing our due diligence in testing and maintaining those alarms. Make sure we're testing them every 6 months. Make sure we're replacing those batteries. They're not gonna fix the problem or let us know if they're dead and not working. So that's really important. They don't, of course, replace proper care and use of fuel burning appliances. And then one thing we've been seeing more and more lately are these portable generators. Due to the increasing intensity and frequency of disasters, more and more people are investing in these, but they don't necessarily know how to use them safely. Portable generators must be outside and they must be at least 25 feet away from an indoor space. They can very quickly cause CO to build up, so that really needs to be adhered to. Okay, are you scared yet? Hopefully not. Hopefully you feel empowered to tackle some of these, but let's move into our last topic here for the day, VOCs, volatile organic compounds. These are common gases that are emitted from a lot of ingredients that we use here in our homes and offices every day. You can find VOCs in paints, cleaners, air fresheners, pesticides, everything on this list, and then some. VOCs are in a lot of things. You may be familiar with that smell if you have ordered perhaps some manufactured wood furniture, for instance, got a good deal on Wayfair, Amazon, to open up that box and find that you find a very strange smell. It kind of causes your nose and your eyes to burn. That might be from these volatile organic compounds. They can be an irritant to that respiratory system. They can cause headaches, loss of coordination, memory impairment. They can even cause liver, kidney, and central nervous system damage. Some are known or suspected carcinogens like formaldehyde. Lots of things we can do to reduce our exposure to VOCs to begin with. Look for the safer choice label. EPA has partnered with several producers and manufacturers of products to ensure that safer ingredients are being used, safer products are being created. So if you look for this label, you can rest assured that you're reducing your exposure to VOCs as much as you can. And the great thing is that you're not sacrificing on performance. These products do have to continue to meet performance standards in order to receive the label as well. So that's a great thing to look out for and to shop for. You can use integrated pest management techniques to reduce your exposure to pesticides. Make sure you're storing and then disposing of unused paints or other hazardous materials. You will need to look up any county or city level requirements for disposing of that. And then you can mitigate the impact. So I get calls a lot about, hey, this thing I ordered online is really smelly. It's in my kids' room. They've got bad headaches. I can't return it. I don't want to. I want to keep it. What do I do? The biggest recommendation there is just to get it out of that space until it doesn't stink anymore. So basically ventilate it, put it outside if you can, if weather permits, or put it in your garage and wait for that smell to go away. I think I'm out of time, so let me go through this more quickly. I did want folks with the slides later to be able to click through other common contaminants indoors. So I just have some extra slides here where people can learn a little bit more later. And then I wanted to mention we've got this great new Clean Air in Buildings Challenge that EPA just released a few months ago. If you're interested in hosting this for your building that you're managing or your facility, this can be a great way to communicate, get through all of these topics and more, make sure that you're reducing exposure for your building occupants in a fun way. And you can brand this and talk about it with the people who are occupying your building and let them know that you're taking this seriously and you really care about their health. Look for these labels if you're building or buying a new home. Make sure that you're energy efficient and protecting that indoor air. Here's a summary slide that I am going to talk through really quickly. Sorry, I'm over time. Use best practices to reduce these contaminants and protect occupant health. Maintain and take care of your building by increasing ventilation, do that routine cleaning and maintenance, and then conduct a home or building assessment on a somewhat regular basis, like the one that I've linked here. This indoor air quality checklist can help you get started. That regular inspection program can really help you figure out problems before they impact health. And then you need to do special things for certain contaminants, like test for radon, reduce your exposure to pesticides, check for flaking lead paint, fix leaks, and then you will need to hire a professional to remove damaged asbestos-containing materials or to do a lead-safe renovation. More resources, including a link to our page on indoor air and COVID-19. And contact info. If you've got questions in the future, please don't hesitate to reach out. Thanks so much.
Okay, can everybody hear me now?
Yes. Thanks, Sherry.
Okay, good. All right, so forgot to unmute myself. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit today about pesticides and pesticide devices. Antimicrobials falls under pesticides. As you can imagine, we've been very, very busy over the past couple years dealing with pesticides or antimicrobials and devices. We're going to review the definition of pesticides and the devices and how to properly apply antimicrobials, because they're around so much that people are used to them and see them as not dangerous. They are in fact chemicals and can be hazardous to human health and the environment. And so there's some methods and concerns that we have and that I'll talk about, and the common devices that we're seeing with those concerns and kind of enforcement trends that we're seeing. And I work with pesticide enforcement. I've been with the agency for 24 years and have been in pesticides and working from registering pesticides all the way to enforcing them. So FIFRA, which is the pesticide regulation, defines a pesticide as any substance or mixture of substances intending for preventing, destroying, repelling, or mitigating any pests. This does include viruses and bacteria and other microorganisms and fungus as well. So that would kick into indoor air quality. A lot of mitigation for mold is done with pesticides. Here are the steps for disinfection. The first one is please make sure that the EPA that the product is approved by EPA. You can find an EPA registration number and an establishment number on something that is registered with EPA. If it does not have this and it's making claims that it kills, prevents, whatever, kills 99.9% bacteria, and it doesn't have an EPA registration number, it's probably illegal. There is a list N, which I say here, check EPA government /list N and the registration number. That will let you know if it's effective against SARS-CoV-2, which causes COVID. Then in FIFRA, or in the pesticide world, the label is the law. So please read and follow the label directions. If you do not follow the label directions, then that would be an applicator violation. So please, please read the directions and follow them. It's sort of a misnomer. People, when they go to disinfect things, they think they can just spray it on and wipe it off. Well, there's actually a pre-clean that you're supposed to do. So if it's a dirty surface, please clean it first with just a regular cleaner. And then you can disinfect it. And with disinfectants, there's two primary things. There's the concentration, and then there's a contact time, and that's a wet contact time. And this I see violations for all the time when people apply antimicrobials. You know, they spray it on the surface and then they just wipe it off, and that's not beneficial. That's not helpful. That's not disinfecting. Usually it will tell you on the bottle, this has a 1 minute contact time. This has a 5 minute contact time, and it varies product to product and what you're trying to mitigate or what you're trying to kill. Please use gloves because, as I said, these things are actually chemicals and they can be harmful to human health. And then wash your hands for 20 seconds after removing the gloves. You know, wash them thoroughly. So these are the steps of disinfectants. How to use them properly. Here's some antimicrobial applications that we're sort of struggling with: electrostatic sprayers, foggers, and misters. The problem with some of these is that they do not maintain that wet contact time. Now there are a couple of products that are registered with us specifically for foggers and electrostatic sprayers. So if you're going to use one of those application methods, just make sure that the product that you are using is approved for use with those application methods. And that'll be demonstrated and spoken to on the label. As I said, they don't maintain the proper wet time. Unfortunately, if the label says an antimicrobial can be used in a sprayer, it still can be used in an electrostatic sprayer as well, but keep in mind it will not maintain that wet contact time, which is the problem. So that's some of the things we're worried about. Let's define some what a device is. We define devices as any instrument or contrivance other than a firearm that is intended for trapping, destroying, repelling, or mitigating any pest or any form of plant or animal life, other than man and other than bacteria, virus, and other microorganisms on or in living man or other living animals. And it doesn't include the equipment used for the application of the pesticide when they're sold separately. So here's another pesticide device. Pesticide devices need to work like as a physical means. So it can be a barrier, it can be electricity, it can be UV lights, it can be a mechanical thing like a rodent trap. Those kinds of things are devices, and we do not require registration for devices. Here's a little background. They require no pre-market review. Devices being sold often are making pretty significant public health claims. We've seen it throughout the pandemic, and they're often false and misleading. This gives people a false sense of security. There is no efficacy data that's submitted to the agency for review for devices like there are with the registered antimicrobials, the ones that are registered with EPA. The labels are sort of reviewed, but only when they're brought really to our attention. Often we get a lot of our tips and complaints through notice of arrivals, and that's imports. We've seen a lot of illegal imports, stopped a lot of stuff at the border and all that kind of stuff. So that's some of the problems with devices. If you choose to use a device, some can be very expensive. And I would urge you to also back that up with using a proper disinfectant. Here's some information that you can use, and I believe you'll have access to these slides on, list in and on different things on devices. Here's some notable decisions that we've done on new devices. Devices used by water treatment facilities are not exempt. In other words, we do regulate those. And those are like ion generators and copper. And anyway, they must be registered as pesticides. So they would have registrations on them. Individual devices bear pesticidal claims. They're considered devices even when sold separately. Even the replacement UV bulbs or replacement parts for devices is considered an individual component of a device. And some of the new apparatuses include plasma generators, which we're not really going to go into today, gamma radiation units, radio frequency and irradiators. All of these products are making public health claims, again, giving a false sense of security or causing harm to human health. Here's a picture of a UV light. Problem with UV light, obviously it can cause skin cancer, and if you stare at the UV light, it can cause eye damage, and they're not very effective. So you would have to hold, say, like a keyboard with a UV light over it for at least a minute. And some of the devices that we've seen are like on fans, where they have UV lights at the end of the fan blades, and they're saying that they're disinfecting the air. These are false claims. There is no way to disinfect the air. Here's an ozone generator. We've seen these come up in daycare facilities where they're using ozone cabinets to disinfect like soft, stuffy toys and everything. One, we have problems with, how is the ozone being off-gassed? Would have to be out of the building. Ozone is very, very toxic at ground level, very helpful in the upper atmosphere, but very toxic at ground level. And then how much of the ozone is maintained in those sort of soft, squishy animals that these children are now sleeping with. And they can cause all kinds of things: airway inflammation, coughing, reduced lung function, and permanent lung damage, i.e. like asthma and COPD. If the other thing to keep in mind is once you are causing respiratory distress, that makes people more susceptible to COVID. This is a big one that we're seeing a lot of, is photocatalytic devices. Now, photocatalytic devices make hydrogen peroxide, which is pretty toxic. It's also very, very reactive to anything that it comes into contact with. We're putting out federal register notices for public comment on photocatalytic devices. We're hoping that in the future they will be regulated as a pesticide. The safety concerns that we have with these are obviously indoor air quality, which would result in lung and eye irritation. For example, to have an efficacious level of hydrogen peroxide, it'd have to be at about 3 parts per million. OSHA's PAL, which is for an adult in an 8-hour workday, is 1 part per million. So as you can see, that would be harmful to human health. Or on the flip side, they're not putting out enough that's effective, so hence giving a false sense of security. And some of these products can be very, very expensive. And I know a number of places that they've been put in, including schools and daycares. During the COVID-19, we developed the list-in. Here's a link to list-in, so you can look it up. Devices cannot be registered on list-in. Only registered pesticides are listed on list-in, and they are the ones that are effective against SARS-CoV-2. COVID-19 is a disease. You don't say that it can make claim. Nothing can make claims against COVID-19 because that's not what it's mitigating. It's mitigating SARS-CoV-2, which causes COVID-19. And that's the end of my presentation. So I'm going to stop sharing, and this gives my contact information if you have any questions or concerns. Where did my stop device thing go? Or stop sharing. There we go. Did it stop sharing?
Yes, I think it did.
Okay. I was like, my stop sharing bar went away.
Oh, no, you're good. Well, thank you to all of our presenters. I got some messages in the chat, so I'm just going to go from the first ones I have all the way into the last ones I have. So the first ones I have are for Jordan. The first question is, did you encounter any pushback when announcing your return to work plan? And if so, how did you handle that?
Not much pushback, considering that the agency was very communicative of when that was going to happen, especially with that 45-day advance notice, like no earlier than 45 days from that notice that return to work would happen. And coupled with that was the agency was very, very liberal in approving telework applications. So it wasn't like, okay, 45 days, everyone coming back to the office every day of the week. It was, if your work can handle it, you should apply for telework if you want. And if you think you can do 100% from home, you should apply for remote work. So the fact that folks had the option of continuing to telework, I think really mitigated a lot of those things. But a lot of the other issues too are like, well, if I come back, like, what's my space going to look like? Is, what's the building going to be like? Is the air going to be clean? Are you bringing fresh air in from outside? All these types of questions, like, is it going to be just as healthy and safe there as it is at home? So we try to mitigate a lot of those questions.
I lost my place. Okay. What did you do or say to, this is for Jordan, what did you do or say to reassure employees, especially those that are high risk, that they were safe in the workplace?
So built a, I guess, a talking points for supervisors, but basically what it boiled down to was we listed out all of the safety measures that we were taking to let them know all of the measures we're taking. So for example, we told them like what kind of HEPA air filters we're using, the amount of fresh air, the CO2 monitoring program we started by putting those monitors in all of our break rooms and conference rooms. The COVID supplies being put out, the signage, and then being very liberal and understanding of, yes, if you feel slightly unwell, yes, you can work from home. And then of course, with our, if someone ends up being sick on a floor, we will like close that whole floor for 24 hours to clean it. Or if they've been even slightly exposed or possibly exposed, it was literally stay home for 10 days, you'll be okay. So we're trying to be understanding of people's concerns and doing everything we can. We work closely with the union as well. If they bring up concerns, we try to meet them and address them immediately as well. Okay.
And did you utilize physical configurations or staggered work schedules?
Partly, it's it's funny, since I've been coming to the office since December every week, and it's like a ghost town. There's hardly anybody here. And when the return to work happened, everyone started coming back to the office in May. There's not much of a difference, just because a lot of people are teleworking, only coming in, 1 or 2 days a week, and it's not always the same day of the week. So just the nature of telework now naturally staggers it. And there are still a lot of spaces available that people can drop in. So it's not like a crowded environment right now either.
And then one last question for Jordan. Do you have a template or example for other organizations to follow of a written return to work plan?
I don't have a template, but I do have the phase plan for returning to work that I built. And if you're interested in that, I guess I could scrub it to make it more generalized. If you're interested, I could probably email that to whoever is asking for that. You could email me any type of those questions at rogers.jordan@epa.gov. I guess I could type it in here. Hold on, let me type my email in here. Sorry, I'm such a slow typer. Okay. And then if you have any questions or if you want like, some of the products that I built to help prepare the building, please let me know and I can gin something up pretty easy.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep.
Then I have a question in the chat or my chat for Amanda. Are there resources out there that provide inspection plans for organizations to follow? If so, could you share those?
Yeah, absolutely. So, sorry, just to make sure I heard the question correctly, Nydia, you said inspection plans?
Yes.
Yeah, so in my slides, I had an indoor air quality checklist that can be useful. And then if the person who's interested doesn't mind emailing me, I could send you a bunch of links to a bunch of different resources that are currently available. There's some really interesting new formats that we've seen come onto the market, I guess, and be really effective that allow for virtual inspections. And we've seen that especially for like families with children who have asthma. Over COVID, doctors were able to do video chats and take a look at the environmental health conditions of their homes to kind of give tips to caregivers on what to do to help reduce exposure to some of those triggers and ultimately reduce the number of ER visits and things like that from attacks. So really cool resources available out there. And again, if you don't mind just emailing me, I can send you a bunch, probably more than you're looking for, but I'd be happy to do that.
And then we have another question for you, Amanda. If you see mold in sinks, which are often wet, what is the best way to remove it and then keep it from coming back?
Yeah, so that's a good one. Very hard. And I'm assuming that the mold would probably be like in a drain in that case. Regular cleaning can help take care of that. Just using something like a baking soda and vinegar mixture and allowing it to sit in those in that drain for, I think it's 10 minutes. You can find guidance online for how to do that. And then after that, that can generally work really effectively to kill the mold. And then over time, if you just throw, like if it's a sink that has a disposal, you can throw even a lemon rind in there on occasion to help kind of clean that up, or use a disposal cleaner. Or if it's not a disposal sink, if it's like a shower drain or something like that, you can use the same method of baking soda and vinegar. Let it sit in there for a while on a somewhat regular basis to help clear up that mold. But yeah, I mean, that's a wet environment, so it's going to continue to get water, but hopefully it's not continuous, right? There are dry periods, so you should be able to maintain that.
And then I have one more question, and it's if you're using a generator to run a refrigerator, but it needs to be 25 feet away, how does that work? I'm not sure who is directed to it, so if anyone knows the answer to that.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's probably for me because I talked about generators. And I'm sorry, it needs to be 20 feet away. I might have said 25, but it's 20 feet. And generators usually have some kind of like hose or something that you run from them to get it into the space that you need power. And I can I'll drop a link in the chat that has a little bit more information about that.
Okay, great. Well, I just want to remind everyone that the contact information for all the presenters, if you have any other questions, is in the presenter guide that was given during the welcome session. But if you have no other questions, then that concludes this session. Thank you to all the presenters for their slides and all the information. And then the Nonprofit Learning Lab will be putting links to the next session in the chat. And we'll have a 15-minute intermission. So you'll get a little break, and then we'll all join back to whatever session you're going to. Thank you all so much.
So welcome back. We are gonna go ahead and get started with this next workshop. So this is effective facility management at 10:15 to 11:15. So I would tell you, if you are not in this group, you should run across the hall, but I guess you're at home. Little virtual humor there. You will be hearing in this session from Bernice Garcia Tellez with the Denver Office of Climate Action, Sustainability, and Resilience, and she'll be talking about under-resourced facilities. And then you'll also be hearing from Amanda Hong from EPA, who will be talking about benchmarking energy use using Energy Star's portfolio. So with that, I will turn things over to you, Bernice.
Thank you. And now let me share my screen.
And I think you're on mute.
Yes, thank you very much. And now I'm going to share my screen. Just give me a second. I hope you all are doing well today. It's a hot day for me, but I'm having a good time. I don't know why I cannot share my screen. Yeah, it's here. Sorry about that. Okay. You guys can see my screen? Perfect. And I just want to let you know a little bit about under-resourced buildings, who they are, where they are, and how we're helping here in Denver. And I appreciate that the whole team to inviting me to speak today. Okay. This is what I have for the agenda, to talk about the facilities and our framework, mention some end-use energy in these facilities, some tips that you can share with your tenants and also as a building, and also those current opportunities that you can tap into your building right now. And then we'll have questions and answers at the end of Amanda's presentation. Okay, I think this is important. My colleague Jeff mentioned that most of our emissions in Denver are coming from the commercial and multifamily, and it's 49 of the Denver emissions. For the residential, we have 50%, transportation is 32, and other sectors are 4%. So this this program that Jeff was talking about is for buildings above 25,000 square feet, and they have to reduce their energy requirements by 2030. For buildings that mainly some nonprofits will qualify that are below 25,000 square feet, they need to do some prescriptive options that I believe my colleague Sharon J will cover next day into more details. And what's the climate benefit, friends? Last year, Denver had an energy task force. They meet for a couple of months, and they came into the resolution that we need to produce some policies. And if we incorporate energy efficiency requirements and electrification policies, and all of this can produce a reduction in emissions that are 11.8 million tons of CO2 equivalent. And just a little bit about the buildings that need to perform these energy requirements. And again, my colleague Sharon J will cover more details tomorrow. So applies to buildings above 25,000 square feet. We're using the energy use intensity metric to quantify these reductions. And this metric takes into account the gas use and the electric use and divided by the area of the building. And it's called energy use intensity. And you can reduce this metric if you have solar on site. As I mentioned, small buildings, they also need to do some actions. And one of them is to do lighting upgrades. So if you're a nonprofit, talk to NEEP right now because they can help you with this prescription if you qualify, and also installing solar. And the compliance days is based on the building size. So now let's get into who are the under-resourced facilities. And many of you that are present in this conference are nonprofits, so you will qualify as an under-resourced facilities. And I'm gonna tell you more about what we're doing here in Denver. Some important concepts that we are taking into account is the frontline communities. We want to support buildings that help low to medium income communities, communities of color, indigenous people, those people who speak other languages than English at home, people with disabilities or chronic conditions, older adults, young children, people coming out from jail, the LGBTQ community, refugees, immigrants, and especially the undocumented. So buildings supporting these communities, we want to help. Also, buildings located at neighborhoods that Denver has categorized as a neighborhood equity and stabilization. And these neighborhoods have like high income stress, high asthma rates. They were subject to redlining in the past. People of color tend to live there. And in 2008, and they came out from that recession, and the Economic Development Department classified these neighborhoods. We have 10 right now, but I know they are working in reclassifying these neighborhoods. And you can see East Colfax, Elyria Swansea, Gloveville, Montbello, Northeast Bar Hill, Sun Valley, Val Verde, Villa Park, West Colfax, and Westwood. So buildings located in this neighborhood that support these communities, we want to help them. And also, most of you are nonprofits, human service, or restricted income providers. We also want to help those buildings that maybe they are not in a neighborhood that has a high social equity index, but you also support the community through your services. So in Denver, we came out with these 4 metrics. We want to support buildings that are located at nest neighborhoods. And if you're familiar with Denver, you have seen the inverted L, where we can see in this image is the dark areas. So you can see Montbello, Sun Valley, Westwood. So buildings located in these locations, we want to help them. And also buildings with affordable housing, they qualify in automatic because they are already doing a great effort to support low-income communities, or otherwise buildings serving frontline communities such as the Red Cross. We want to help nonprofits such as the Red Cross because they are doing a great job. And also nonprofits, like some of you attending this conference, because you already are so busy helping the community. So we want to really recognize that and support you in whatever is possible. And also buildings are important for community members. We're doing community engagement where we bring these big maps of neighborhoods and we ask community and residents of Denver, which buildings are important for you? Some people are saying the library, the church, the community center, even some of them say the 7-Eleven because we don't have grocery markets in this area. So they are afraid that if they have to do all this investment, these stores will go away. So we want to make sure that we support them. And we're going, because we cannot support all of them, we're going to have an internal prioritization scoring to assess which ones we support first. For example, a multifamily located at Westwood, where 70% of the renting families are BIPOC, those will be our priority. And also maybe there is a building in a Baker neighborhood that supports people with physical or disability conditions. We also want to support them. So this will be an internal process, because we want to make sure we provide direct benefits to the people living in those buildings. These are just some stats of the buildings that we have identified. We have around 3,000 buildings that they need to, I made a mistake on that slide, is 3,000 buildings that they need to comply with this ordinance, and 135 are affordable housing. 635 are buildings located in these neighborhoods that I mentioned to you. And from those 635, 31 are affordable housing, 54 are multifamily residential buildings according to our assessor sector database, and 453 are in low income census tract. We'll have a map with all these buildings in the future, hopefully. Stay tuned. And some of our decision process, Jeff mentioned that we really take into account the community input. So we're doing a lot of outreach, community engagement to identify, who they are, where they are, meeting with property managers, with nonprofit leaders. And then we have these surveys where they tell us, what they need about energy, about housing, and what else we can do to support them. And all of this input will help us to design services and incentives, and we will collaborate with our partners, Excel Energy, the financing institutions like CPACE, Energy Rich Colorado, and others, to be able to provide these services, incentives, and help them to comply and this ordinance, but also help them to improve their lives and the way they operate. Because really, when we want to build trust and understanding of all these barriers and how we can better support them, and also they understand why we're doing this, why it's important that we tackle climate change, and also to get insights on their energy burden and their housing conditions, and find ways we can address those, and then co-create together these services and incentives to help them, meet the performance ordinance, but also help them improve their lives. And also to identify pilots that Jeff will talk more about tomorrow for electrification, solar energy, and energy efficiency, and also identify and avoid unintended consequences. We don't want more gentrification in Denver. And what else we can do to support, the community where they live. Some people tell us we need more trees, we need better street lighting. So all this input we can, pass it to other organizations within the city or other organizations in the state that can help these communities and building owners and nonprofits. This is an example of the community meetings that we have been doing. We had one in Westwood 3 weeks ago. It was in Spanish with interpretation to English and Vietnamese, where we gathered in a church and all the people came and provide input that we're going to use to produce our services and programming. And now let's go to the end use energy. I wasn't able to gather all the data for all type of nonprofits, but in a typical building that most of the nonprofits are, 70% of the total energy use goes to lighting, heating, and cooling. And you can see that breakdown here in these pie charts. I'm also going to share these slides for you to find more details in how you can find tips to address each category. In a large facility space, heating is the biggest energy consumer in these buildings. And that's why it's another reason, it's the main reason actually that we're having this energy performance ordinance, because it's where all the energy use is going. I know sometimes it's difficult when a large facility has tenants and has contractors, vendors, that they need to understand why it's important to reduce this energy use. So some actions that you can take now is to educate your residents, and shortly I'm going to give you a couple of tips that you can share with them or apply in your facility. And also educate your team. It's very important to tell your employees, your vendors, contractors about their diligent energy use, because it's an effective way to reduce your energy bills. And I think Anne Cruz from Energy Rich Colorado also mentioned the behavioral changes that can be very impactful. So if you're a nonprofit and can take advantage of this resource, so they can go there and educate your team, please do it. And another thing that you can do is benchmark your facility. And I believe Amanda, she will talk after me. She will talk more about how you can benchmark and use Energy Star portfolio. So now let's go to some simple tips with huge impacts. I believe Energy Rich Colorado team also mentioned the first tip, replace your LED light bulbs, use more natural light. And if you are not in the room, switch off the light. There are now occupancy sensors that they are not very expensive. You can find it in Home Depot, Lowe's, or even Amazon. So if you can't really, maybe tell NIP, if you're a nonprofit that you want to invest on that, they can maybe help you with those replacements. The other thing that you can use, and you will think, but it's water, but when you use hot water, you also use energy. And if replacing these aerators from the yellow one to the blue one really can save you up to 1,500. It's an estimation. Also check that you don't have your water more than, unless you're a commercial kitchen, because I know what restaurants is different, but if you make sure that your water heater is not above 140 Fahrenheit, I believe now with summer temperatures, you don't need more than that for your daily activities. And then avoid using these supplemental heaters. They consume too much electricity. I know sometimes it may be better, to use more jackets. If you can, use natural light in the morning, but these are very energy consumers. Another tip is to clean your refrigerators coils, especially if you haven't done it, because sometimes I talk to some nonprofits that they didn't know about it. They tell me, oh my God, I have a lot of dust on it, and this can really help on your electricity bill if you clean them. And I put a link on how to clean it that later you can see on the slides. The same for your air conditioner filter and cleaning the radiator. Make sure that you clean these ones. Another thing that few people know, and they tell me, oh, thank you for letting me know, is those electricity vampires that sometimes you see that your coffee machine, they have this small light, or the microwave. Make sure that you disconnect them and don't when you are not using it, because you will think, oh, that doesn't really consume too much electricity, but that can add through the months and the years. And if you need to keep them connected, make sure that you can buy a power strip. These are a smart power strip, like you can connect those that you need to connect all the time, and so on. Again, you can find it in Home Depot, Lowe's, Amazon, and maybe you talk to Excel or NIP to see if also those can be part of your energy needs. Another tip, if you can, and this is very helpful, and I believe Excel provides this for free for small buildings. So these to have programmable thermostats, and if you can get those are smart, you can control on your phone, and it's really easy. I always tell people that having these thermostats, you can save 50% on the energy cost. A tip that I do, but I know everyone comfort is different, but if in the summer, just try to keep your thermostat like 5 degrees below, and in the winter 5 degrees above, and that can save you and your energy bills, especially from the peak hours from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. But it's according to your comfort, of course. Another thing that you can do for increased efficiency is to replace your toilets. And I know Denver Water have rebates for that. So make sure that if you're going to do that, has this logo that is the Water Sense, because meets the EPA criteria. And also, if your nonprofit or human service office have the washing machines, try to wash at night, if you can, of course, and with cold water, because sometimes people think, oh no, I need to wash especially the white clothes with hot water, but no, cold water, believe me, I have tried it, and it is gonna be clean. So this is just a tip, and this is just a summary of the tips I gave you. Get these free energy assessments with NEEP and Excel. And the first and the long hanging fruit is replace your LED lighting. And some natural gas savings that you can apply right now is to sign up for a free on-site energy audit through Excel or NEEP if you're a nonprofit that qualifies. What I told you about the thermostat, educate your staff, and if you can insulate your hot water pipes or steam water pipes, do it. I also like to recommend to use those fans and target them down where the people are, because sometimes they are very high. So if you can do that, it's great. Make sure that you don't have like holes on the doors, on the windows, because sometimes the heat can escape there. Some tenants opportunities, if you're a nonprofit that are leasing a space, as I mentioned, you can get a free assessment through Excel or NEEP if you are a 501c3, and they can, for Excel, they can replace your LED lights for free. We have a nonprofit here in Sun Valley that are already taking advantage of that option. Also here with the city and county of Denver, we're providing an equity grant to do energy and water efficiency upgrade. Is up to $10,000, and you can use it about energy, water, zero waste, or transportation, and that is mainly for minority-owned businesses and nonprofits, or if you help these communities, you can also qualify. We also have a multifamily free assessments with Excel, and they can replace, LED lights, shower heads, aerators in all the units. And if you're an affordable multifamily, make sure that you check the program that Energy Rich Colorado has. I will provide links for that. And someone mentioned about programming for homes or the residential sector. We're going to have a healthy, efficient homes to that we provide incentives to electrify your house. So stay tuned for those opportunities. This is a summary of, as a building owner, or if you have a longer lease, or your building is more than 5,000 square feet, is something that you can take advantage of. Is the free assessments with Excel for buildings up to 50,000 square feet. The low income multifamily and nonprofit program with Excel as well. The Excel multifamily program, if you're not low income, the affordable housing, the Energy Rich Colorado already mentioned. NEEP is really a great program. I was so happy to get that I was able to listen to Ant and Evelyn presentation to get more details. And something that is very important, and I know Jeff is going to talk more about tomorrow, if you have a replacement that is like going to end of life and you really want to change it, and it's easy to electrify, and if you are in Denver, please sign up for our electrification pilots. I will provide the slides with the links. Also, someone mentioned, I think it was Nico, that they are building a new building. So we have incentives for new buildings in Denver, and especially for design. So we can help you to pay the architect, also for some incentives for heat pumps. So make sure to check these links. I mentioned the equity grant, and we're already providing technical assistance about this ordinance that my colleague Sharon will mention more about it tomorrow. So that's free. And we have a webinar about CPACE. It's a financing mechanism that you can apply. It's 100% financing, no down payments, and you can pay annually, and it's linked to your property taxes. So if you're interested, make sure that you sign up for the webinar. And then we have the Colorado Clean Energy Fund. They have loans for affordable housing. We'll have a webinar about it soon, so stay tuned. And it's important to know that all this energy efficiency provides benefits that to people who need it the most. Especially, we need more climate action investments in these disadvantaged communities to improve their indoor and outdoor air quality, the safety, less gas exposure, you know, the comfort. I saw an article where they're saying that there are buildings that they don't have AC. So imagine the summer, and then you will improve your and reduce your energy costs and maintenance costs, create jobs, because if you having a new installation, you have to hire contractors though, so that creates green jobs and better neighborhoods, and all of that advances equity, because it's what we want. We want these communities to be the first to see energy savings and the first to electrify. An example of what we're doing, and the city is investing in the Forum Apartments that is operated by the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless. So we're going to do electrification upgrades. So all the benefits that, as I mentioned, it will provide. So stay tuned. We're gonna do like an announcement once it's done on a case study. So some takeaways: under-resourced facilities must be prioritized in all climate action investments. You nonprofits help a lot to our community in need, so we really want to help you on this journey. And it's important to educate all your team, your tenants, your vendors, and take advantage of all those resources that I share, that my colleagues also share, because that will help you to save energy. I'm going to take some questions and answers after Amanda is done. And I like to share this quote that we as a city, we have the responsibility to change the world, but we need you to get there. Thank you. This is my contact information.
Great. Thank you so much, Bernice. I just learned a lot. That was a great presentation. All right, so let's transition into some Energy Star tools and resources. I think some of the tools and resources I'm going to talk about may seem familiar. I think Bernie's touched on a lot of the same tools and resources that Energy Star has to offer. So hopefully I think this is a good session. It seems to dovetail very well together. All right. Transition into this screen. Okay. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what is Energy Star for those of you who are unfamiliar with our program. We're going to talk about Portfolio Manager quite a bit, how to go about navigating it, entering a property and benchmarking. And then I'm going to close with a few other Energy Star tools and resources as well that I think this group may find interesting and useful. So Energy Star is a voluntary government partnership program. It was established by EPA in 1992 to help address climate change, and it's really focused on energy efficiency. Perhaps the most recognizable aspect of the Energy Star program is the label you see on the screen that you can find on many products that we use in our everyday lives. This really helps communicate to consumers whether or not a product is energy efficient compared to its competitors. So that's a very recognizable brand, an aspect of Energy Star, but we also work on energy efficiency of homes, buildings, industrial plants, and organizations. It's a very recognizable brand. It's trusted and well recognized, more than many of these other brand types that you see. Actually, more than EPA is recognized. Energy Star is more recognized by consumers. So let's just jump right into Portfolio Manager. Portfolio Manager is a management tool. It's free to use. It helps the user assess whole building energy and water consumption, as well as waste materials. You can track changes in those resources, as well as greenhouse gas emissions and costs over time. It's a pretty easy to use interface, allows you to track green power purchasing. You can create custom reports that really help you to interpret the data you're tracking, as well as to share and report it to others, whether they are consumers or management or ownership within your property, to help convince them of taking certain energy saving actions. And then you can also use Portfolio Manager to help you apply for Energy Star certification if you are in the top 25% of buildings like yours. We'll talk more about that. There are hundreds of metrics that you can use Portfolio Manager to track, different subsets of metrics within energy use, water use, waste materials, and greenhouse gas emissions, among many others. You can also see your Energy Star score for certain building types, and we'll talk about that as well. So what is benchmarking exactly? Benchmarking is the process of comparing use to gain valuable perspective about building performance. And Portfolio Manager offers several ways that you can compare energy, water, and waste of materials. For all three of these resources, you can use Portfolio Manager to establish a baseline. And that's really what we're talking about. That's the first step of benchmarking. You need to first gather that baseline by entering in 12 complete calendar months worth of data for one or more of the resources, whichever ones you're interested in tracking. And you need to use that as your starting point to compare future consumption. So they can be any 12 calendar months. It doesn't need to be January through December. They just have to be continuous. So you can do June through May, whatever data you have. And then as the building operates over time in the future, we can compare that newer data to this baseline to better understand how your consumption and costs are changing over time. So very powerful. So for energy specifically, as you can see from this table, another way you can benchmark is actually to compare your baseline or your consumption data over time to the median energy use for a national sample of similar buildings for that property type. That's extremely helpful. You can kind of compare yourself to other similar buildings. You can do that on a lot of utility bills for personal home energy use as well. And it really gives you a good rubric for where you are energy performance wise, or water or waste of materials. And then finally for energy, you can generate an Energy Star score for certain properties, which is going to help reflect your property's performance, again, compared to that national sample. That is normalized for the weather. So even if you're in a cold climate like we are here, if you got a cold winter and you have to heat your building more than say a similar building in a temperate area, it is normalized for that weather, so you can still compare across those two climates and really understand which one is more energy efficient after normalizing for that weather and other attributes as well. Once you have that 12-month baseline established, then you can use Portfolio Manager to set your target reduction goals. You can set those based on your desired energy use reduction from your baseline. You can set your goal based on compared to the median for those similar building types, or you can target a certain Energy Star score. And then, of course, you can compare properties in the portfolio to each other, and that's true for every one of these resource groups. And then certain property types, those who are eligible for the Energy Star score can apply for that special recognition, which is Energy Star certification, if that score is 75 or higher. And again, I'm going to talk a little bit more about what that score means in a minute. So why benchmark? Well, we've found, and I think Bernice mentioned this, that just benchmarking alone can consistently reduce energy use. We found that you can reduce energy use by an average of 2.4% per year for a total savings of 7%. And buildings that start out as poor performers can, of course, save even more. And again, that's just by virtue of benchmarking. If you get a low score to start with, we've got more tools and resources that can help with that as well. So you can identify where you may be wasting energy and what are those low to no cost opportunities to help you save more. If you get a 75 or higher, then congrats, you can apply for that certification and show the world that you are energy efficient. So what exactly does that Energy Star score mean? This score is a percentile ranking of your building compared to similar buildings nationwide. And again, it's normalized. So that score was developed more than 15 years ago now, this rubric was, in order to offer context for assessing the relative performance of a building compared to its peers. And really just to provide this one simple number that can be understood by all stakeholders. So on this scale, a 50 will represent the median or average performance of that property type. So a score of 62 means that this property performs better than 62% of its peers. And a 75 means that the property performs better than 75% of similar buildings nationwide. That 75 is the minimum score required to earn Energy Star certification. So basically, if you are, or if you see an Energy Star certified building, that means that that building is performing in this top quartile of performance compared to its peers. Most property types can apply, or I'm sorry, are eligible to receive an Energy Star score. This really depends on whether or not there's a robust reference data set for those space types where EPA has found meaningful relationships between that space type and how they use energy. So all of the types of buildings you see on this slide can generate an Energy Star score. If your building type is not on this list, you can still benchmark, even if you cannot currently get an Energy Star score to compare to other building types in that group. And then the one with asterisks, they're not eligible for Energy Star certification right now, just barracks, medical offices, residence halls and dormitories, and then wastewater treatment plants. I'm pretty sure most folks on this call are going to be in maybe an office building category or worship facility category, maybe senior care communities, I don't know. But I think probably most of you on the call will fall into one of these eligible property type buckets. And then several of us are in buildings that have multiple uses. Those properties are not necessarily ineligible for Energy Star scores or for certification. It really depends on a couple of conditions. First, 75% of the property's gross floor area or square footage must be comprised of a property type or property types that are eligible for that Energy Star score. And then second, more than 50% of the gross floor area must be comprised of one eligible property type. So you can see that these two on the outside of the slide, buildings 1 and 3, are both eligible for the score because they meet those two conditions. And here in the middle, buildings 2 and 4 are not eligible. In the first case, building 2 has a laboratory, and unfortunately, that laboratory is not currently an eligible property type for that Energy Star score. And then in building 4's case, you don't have a single property type that comprises more than 50% of the gross floor area. So neither of those two multi-use properties are eligible for that Energy Star score. All right, so moving into the nitty-gritty details of how to get started in Portfolio Manager. All this information under property information number 1 here, the primary function, name, year built, gross floor area, et cetera, that's all necessary information to start your account with that property. If you want to be able to generate that Energy Star score, you are going to also need everything here in number 2, the property use details. These property use details are also just really helpful for you to track, to better understand where the savings opportunities are. So even if you're not necessarily interested in Energy Star scores or certification, this is definitely useful to track, and I highly recommend that you collect this data as well. And then, of course, in order to establish that baseline, you're going to need at least 12 months of consumption data for energy, water, or wasted materials, whichever ones you want to track. And we do recommend that, just to be easier on you, collecting this data ahead of time to gather this upfront for your property types. We have these data collection worksheets that can help you do that before you sit down to start an account in Portfolio Manager. Again, this is all for free, and I've included some links here. You can get started, watch some popular webinars. Some of the slides from today's presentation are included in those popular webinars. I know the Energize Denver website has a lot of these same materials linked to there as well. So lots of avenues to access our great training materials and help you figure out how to use this tool. But basically, you're going to go to energystar.gov and click on Portfolio Manager to sign in. You'll be able to create a username and a password to log in. Once you log in, you're going to be presented with this portfolio level view. Once you've established a property or several properties within Portfolio Manager, you're going to see them all listed here, your entire portfolio at your fingertips. You'll be able to see your source energy use intensity. That's a metric that Bernice mentioned in her presentation, how that's changing over time for the entire portfolio in aggregate. You're going to be able to navigate around your account. Let's say you're currently managing your portfolio for your nonprofit or your facility, but there's a change of duties or you get another job or something and you need to transfer that to someone else. You're able to do that from within here as well. So, you know, you don't just lose all that data at once. You can share it with others. You can transfer ownership. Lots of things you can do from this portfolio level view. Once you click on one of your properties, then you'll be able to see this portfolio level view. This is where you're going to see that property specific information, as well as be able to enter the utility or consumption data for these different resources that you're tracking or would like to track. I'm going through this quickly because we have this Portfolio Manager 101 training webinar that's available anytime online, and it's an hour long. So if you want more details about any of this, I do suggest going back and watching that to get more of the details. Right now, I'm just giving you kind of a brief overview with the time we've got allotted for this. So to add a property, you're going to click on Add a Property from your portfolio level view. And then just walk through this wizard. It's pretty self-explanatory. We've got lots of blue links and definitions for anything that might confuse you. You should be able to get answers to all of your questions. Lots of tips in here. But there are, let's see, 85 different property types to choose from. So you can learn more about those property types and better understand which one best suits your property. You'll be able to select how many buildings are in that property. You select none if your property is part of a building. If you just have a floor of a building, for instance, if you have an entire building, you'll select one. Or if you're something like a campus with several buildings, you can select more than one. You even have an option to select a test property construction status here at the bottom of the screen. And I'm sorry, I think this is probably a little bit blurry, but that last bold in the very bottom of the screenshot, it says test property. That's if you want to just play around with Portfolio Manager and you want to just see how you would enter in information without actually establishing a real one, you can do that. So that's pretty handy as a training tool. You're going to enter in more information about your property. Again, if you use that data collection worksheet to begin with, this is all going to be a lot easier to complete. There is information about what exactly is included in the gross floor area within Portfolio Manager's definition. What does it mean, occupancy? So you'll be able to answer all those questions as you go along. If you want to be able to compare your property in a very meaningful way to other properties like it, you can select whatever applies from these checkboxes here. If you've got parking areas, a data center, etc. And then you're going to be getting into this building use section of the property entry details. And again, this is not mandatory. None of these fields are mandatory. You already entered your gross floor area in the previous section of this. So you can enter in additional information, especially if you want to, if you're thinking that you might want to try to apply for that Energy Star certification and really show the world that you're energy efficient. You are going to need to enter everything that has this blue star next to it. And then this temporary value column I wanted to mention, if you don't have this information right now, you can click temporary value for now and then come back in and later correct it to the actual information you have for that property. Okay, so now we've created this property. Let's call it Supermarket A1. And right now you'll see that there is no information available in this metrics summary. We don't have any source EUI information as either. That's because we don't have any actual data entered for this property yet. So that's next. We will select which tab we want to enter data for. So for now, we're going to look at energy. You can add your meters to compute your metrics from this tab. This is where you're going to select your sources of your property's energy. Most properties are probably going to select electric or natural gas. If you click on the electric box, you will have an opportunity to mention whether your electricity is provided by the grid or whether you're generating your own on-site via solar or wind power. But you have an option to select whatever other fuel mixes or energy sources you've got for that property as well. And then the next page will be populated with those selections where you can enter additional information. Some users of Portfolio Manager like to replace the meter name with their account numbers from their bills. You want to make sure that the units you select, of course, match whatever is on your utility bill. And then you can create the meter. And then next, you'll be able to enter in the actual consumption information for each of these meters that you've selected. Here in the red rectangle, you'll see the parts that are needed for that Energy Star certification. You just need your start and end date. Usually that's your bill cycle. So, you know, January 1st through January 31st, whatever it is, as well as your usage in whatever unit you selected for that meter. You don't need this additional information, although of course tracking things like costs over time is going to really help you with your analytics to understand what your cost savings potential might look like for some of your energy savings and actions that you could take later. So we do suggest using as much or as little of it as works best for you. Then you will be able to select the meters that you want to include in your metrics. So this page is important for Portfolio Manager to understand which meters need to be applied to the total property energy consumption, and therefore should be used in your calculations. So, in the automatic calculations that Portfolio Manager does for you. So you're going to indicate which ones you want to include in that total and apply your selections. And then you should get this great notification. Hey, congratulations, you've successfully added these to your properties. And then you will have this information populated. You'll be able to go in, enter more bills. You'll be able to update them if you've made a mistake or something or have more information. You can do that there. And then you'll be able to see the information you've included and save them. Moving forward, you can choose various data management methods for including future data. Generally, I'm guessing most folks on this call will probably just do manual entry because you won't have a ton of properties to manage, but we do have other options you can read about on this link here if you'd like. And now for the fun part for me, I mean, this data isn't really meaningful unless you can clearly access and interpret it, right? So Portfolio Manager is really wonderful in producing lots of charts and graphs for the user to better understand what to do with this information, right? So you can generate a whole bunch of information. You can create these custom reports to export this useful energy, water, and waste data to analyze your building performance and all these different measures. So here's just one example, but you can scroll through Portfolio Manager to see the full suite of things that we can offer. Progress and goals report will look like this. It'll give you the Energy Star score, as well as the history. What was your baseline compared to your goals? What's your percentage change over time and your progress look like in these different areas that you're tracking? Here's a list of some of the other charts and graphs. And you can download any individual chart or graph. You can download a full report. You can save these as like a JPEG and add to your own PowerPoint presentation for ownership, for instance, or you can download this and print it and post it around your building to communicate to other staff that their energy savings work that they're doing, going around turning off lights, like Bernie suggested, all those tips that she mentioned at the end of her presentation. If they're doing that, hey, look, our energy use dropped by this much, you can really help use these charts and graphs to communicate that to your staff and help keep momentum going. So that was it for Portfolio Manager, but I did want to mention a few other Energy Star tools and resources that I think you might find useful. I pulled out specifically some of our tools, training, and tech support resources for small businesses and congregations. So basically for nonprofits and houses of worship, because I thought that was most relevant given this audience. But we have much more available on our website. So please feel free to click around our website, explore it. we have a huge program and so many wonderful tools and resources that can help folks save energy. If you have any trouble navigating that, you can of course reach out to me and I'd be more than happy to help you find what you're looking for. But here's just a few examples for these specific audiences and target groups. We've got these great action workbooks for congregations as well as for small businesses. These are really helpful in walking through every step of the way on how to take action to save energy and reduce costs. These can be co-branded. So we work with a lot of partners who come to us and say, hey, we want to use this action workbook. We want to reach out to congregations in our city, for instance, or that are part of our organization or association is the word I'm looking for. So you can co-brand it with your information. We have Energy Star contractors that can work with you to do that and get you a printable copy ready to go with pictures and everything. We also have these wonderful treasure hunts. So this is a great way. Some of those tips that Bernice mentioned, this is all consolidated in one easy to understand treasure map that can also be used as a really wonderful team building tool. So we've got organizations that get a team of people from across their agency or workplace to go around and hunt for treasure. I mean, they'll even get dressed up like pirates and just have so much fun with it. And then guess what? At the end of that, you've got a group of champions who are excited about finding energy savings and can kind of motivate others in your organization to do the same. So this is a really wonderful tool. It can also be co-branded, and we can work with you to get that final PDF to you for free, and it can be around 6 to 10 pages depending on your local edits. We also have green team checklists to help you get a green team started and to keep it going, keep that momentum up. We've got Bring Your Green to Work with Energy Star with different tips and tricks. You can distribute these around the workplace as well to help people be reminded of those tips. And speaking of reminders, we have these wonderful prompts. These I think can be used on social media, but I think the best use for them, in my personal opinion, is to print them out as posters and put them in those areas where you want that behavior change to happen. So for instance, at EPA Region 8, we had these turn off the lights signs right next to the light switches, and we suddenly realized, wait, people don't actually see that when they're leaving the room. We need to put that right next to the door. So that's the last thing you're looking at as the last person leaving a conference room, and you're reminded right there, oh, I need to go turn off the lights before I leave. So making sure that you're properly using these prompts to inspire that action at the right time is really great in helping you keep up those savings. Then last two things, we've got this great Healthy Houses of Worship guide that's really comprehensive and talks about energy savings, but also much more. So definitely encourage any houses of worship to check that out. And we also have this Saving the Rain Green Stormwater Solutions for congregations that I wanted to mention as well. I believe there's water, landscape, grounds management tips coming up in a future session, but here's the EPA resource. That's it. If you have other questions, please, again, don't hesitate to reach out. Lots of links in this slide deck as well that you can go and explore in the future. Thanks so much.
Thank you both. That was amazing, Amanda. So we did not have any questions in the chat, so I am actually going to ask you questions. And so I have one for each of you. Bernice, you talked about the importance of kind of full team participation at an organization. Can you share, if you can, just some strategies that a nonprofit leader, the executive director who wants to get their staff and their team kind of more energy smart, what are some kind of suggestions you would give to that executive director to say, hey, here's how you can get your team started to be more energy smart?
Sure. If they are nonprofit, as I mentioned, I will take advantage of the Energy Rich Colorado resource because they can go and educate your team, staff, employees, and also maybe share with them the tips that I provided on my slides, or share the guides that Amanda showed for Energy Star portfolio. But I know, they are busy. So I will start with the top 10 opportunities after you get a free energy assessment and share it with them and make it in a fun. So when I was working in Boulder County, we'll go there and teach employees about zero waste. So we bring the trash, with us and play a game. So maybe with energy efficiency, you can bring all these inefficient tools and show them, this is the bad guy, but this is the good guy, something like that. And it's something that maybe our communications department will be doing more here in Denver. But if you are not from Denver, but take advantage of these online resources. There is also the Department of Energy. They have like resources about energy efficiency 101 tips. I'm gonna find it and put it on the chat. But it's important because when you talk to them, because as I mentioned to some community stakeholders, doesn't matter if we install solar, heat pumps, all these super efficient and new technology. If we don't have behavioral changes, sometimes, we will continue consuming a lot of electricity, even if it's clean electricity. Thank you.
Okay, very good, very good. And so for you, Amanda, we all know that nonprofits are driven by boards of directors, and churches are driven by trustees and deacon boards. And so if you could offer some insight to a nonprofit leader about how do you communicate the value of benchmarking and what it means to the bottom line? Because again, we're looking at, these are some amazing concepts, but everyone may not get kind of why it's important and kind of bottom line, kind of what it looks like. So what suggestions would you have for a nonprofit executive director who's got to kind of communicate in a monthly report to their board, kind of why this matters and what it means to the bottom line?
Yeah, thanks. Well, it's a great question and a good point. And it helps me to realize that I can't believe I don't have like a key phrase in this presentation that everyone's heard of, which is you cannot manage what you don't measure. And I think that's the phrase that
Right.
really hits home with everybody, because we can all understand that. How are you supposed to manage something that you're not tracking? So benchmarking is how you measure that so that you can in turn manage it. And I think the case can be made for benchmarking to boards of directors and the powers that be alone, but especially in this time of more regulations and mandates coming from the city or state level. This is something that everybody's going to need to get on board with at some point or other. So you might as well do it now and get ahead of the curve. Go for the gold and get that Energy Star certification, because then you can really communicate how well you're doing to not only the board, but also, hey, the city. Everybody will be able to see that you're a really top performer.
Outstanding. Man, I used to run the East Denver YMCA, and that was a massive building. So I asked the question, where the hell were the two of you when I was running that building? Because I could have used your help back then. And so thank you both. Any other insights you'd like to share before we kind of wrap things up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Bernie, sorry.
Yeah, that really make it part of your strategy for this year or next year, because we're seeing how hot is becoming now in the summer, and it will increase more next year and the coming year. So we really want to make sure that your nonprofit has cooling, has energy efficiency, because sometimes community members go to your building to get comfort or cooling because they don't have at home. And we want to make sure that you are equipped with with these opportunities, and you are the first to take advantage of it. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would just say that, those prompts are so important and valuable. When we talk about how, folks running these places are so busy and overworked already, whatever you can do to make it easier for people, really help empower them to take those actions at that appropriate time. I think those prompts, placing those in the place where they don't have to remember anything. They are just told, take this action at this time and it's appropriate. I think that is just such a key thing, and it goes a long way in establishing those habits and behaviors and getting people to take that action when they already have a mind full of tasks and they're not going to remember to do that.
Right,
So
right.
I think those little actions can really go far.
Okay, beautiful. So with that, when we will wrap things up, just a couple of other housekeeping notes. Just remember that the link for the end of day chat will be placed in the chat. So you'll know to go there. And then just remember that the contact for these two awesome ladies, they were shared at the beginning of the presentation. So if you have some additional questions or want to reach out to them directly, you can do that using that information. And then with regard to the end of day chat, we really want to encourage you to get in there and share kind of lessons learned and some tips that you picked up. So, because it may be something that someone else can benefit from who might have been in another section. So we really want you to share those end of day lessons learned. So that would be very, very valuable for us. And then just again, we thank you for joining this session, and we're going to take a few minutes to just transition you over to the end of day chat. So thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nydia Gomez, and I work here at the Agency for Human Rights and Community Partnerships. I'm really excited for today, and I want to thank you all for coming to this session. This session is session B2, Solar Alternatives for Nonprofits and Small Businesses, and it's going from 10:15 a.m. to 11:15 a.m. You'll be hearing from 3 presenters today. The first presenter is Lee Valenzuela with Denver Office of Climate Action, Sustainability, and Resiliency. He'll be presenting Renewable and Resiliency Incentive Program for on-site solar. Next, you'll be hearing from Tyler Will with Excel Energy, who will be presenting solar garden subscriptions. And then finally, you'll be hearing from Mac McNeary with Grid Alternatives, who will be presenting NPO rooftop installations. Just like the first session, we'll go through questions at the end of our Q&A time. For the Q&A, we will go through the questions in the chat in the order we receive them. So please just use the little Q&A icon at the bottom of the screen and state who the question is for. And then once we go through all those questions, we will open up for discussion for everyone. So I want to hand it off to our first speaker, Lee.
Yes, hi everybody. Thanks so much for being here today. Let me share my screen. All right. So my name is Lee Valenzuela. I am the Community Energy Programs Administrator for the City and County of Denver in our Office of Climate Action, Sustainability, and Resiliency. And I'll be talking a little bit in general about our office today, but I'll be focusing on our Renewables and Resilience Incentive Program for human service providers. So this is specifically a program intended for nonprofits to help them get solar and other types of resiliency equipment at their locations. So here we go. So first, I just want to talk about what our office is, the kind of programs that we offer, that kind of thing, since we have a lot of resources that I think might be helpful for some of you. So this particular program, the Renewables and Resilience Incentive Program for Human Service Providers, a long name, is part of our Energy Policy and Renewables team. So as part of that, we have several types of programs, mostly for getting solar out into the community. And I'll be talking more about those programs in a bit. But we also have a buildings and homes team. They're working on a lot of great pilot programs and incentive programs right now for things like building energy efficiency, electrification, that kind of thing. We also have a sustainable transportation team. So they're working on getting electric vehicles and electric vehicle chargers out into the community, and also alternative types of transportation, things like electric bikes, that kind of thing. And we have a separate team that works on environmental stewardship and natural resources. So they focus on things like recycling, composting, waste reduction, tree planting, all of that. And we also have several sustainability certifications and programs, particularly the Certifiably Green Denver. I would recommend that you all look into. That program can help you set up sustainability goals for your organization. They work with small businesses and nonprofits as well. So they help you set sustainability goals and create a plan for meeting those goals, and also connect you with resources to help you do things like make sure your building is as energy efficient as it can be, helping with water conservation, that kind of thing. So a lot of great programs in our office and plenty going on. So I definitely recommend looking at our website if you're ever interested in any of these things. And with all of our programs here at CASR, we try to balance two things. So obviously we do want to decarbonize Denver's electricity use and supply as quickly as we can. That is our mandate as an office. But we want to make sure that we're doing that in a way that maximizes our investment in under-resourced communities and the communities that are most vulnerable to climate change and that have already been affected by climate change, like we've seen in the last couple of weeks when it's been so hot, that kind of thing. So we want to make sure that we're considering both of these with all of our programs. And that's one of the reasons that we've started this Renewables and Resiliency program specifically focused on nonprofits, because we want to make sure that your organizations are able to take advantage of our efforts to decarbonize and better serve your communities, and also just be able to save money with the work that you do. So here's a list of all the community programs that we offer. There's a lot of them. Again, I'll be talking mostly about our Renewables and Resilience program, but I wanted to let you all know about these other programs in case these are things that you're personally interested in or that you think could be of a benefit to the communities that you serve. So we do have a Renewable Denver Community Solar Program. So through Community Solar, we have power sharing agreements where we're going to be installing these solar, some of them are carports, some of them are standalone solar canopies, that kind of thing. And we're going to be putting solar essentially on a lot of different sites. Several of them are through the Parks and Rec departments. So they're at recreation centers. We're going to be covering their parking. So it'll provide benefit for people who park there and also generate solar energy. And as part of that, the solar energy that is produced will be shared with low-income community members as part of a bill credit program that we're going to be partnering with Denver Public Schools on. We also are working with Solar United Neighbors on the Denver Solar Co-op, which should be launching in July this year, or relaunching for the next round in July this year. So that provides group discounts to residents who are interested in getting solar. They can come together and get bids from several different solar contractors and see which one can give them the best deal. And as part of that program, we do also have income qualified rebates available. So up to $8,000 per Denver resident who qualifies for that program and is interested in getting rooftop solar. So I would encourage you all to let people in your community know about that if you think they could benefit. We also have our climate action rebate program that you might have heard about recently, just launched at the end of April, and we've seen great success with that program, a lot of interest, which has been wonderful. And that program is particularly focused on residential electrification. So we're offering rebates for things like heat pump water heaters, battery storage, solar, EV charging, just a lot of different types of technology, and trying to encourage households that wouldn't otherwise be able to afford those technologies to be able to take advantage of higher efficiency options and electric options so we can move away from natural gas combustion. And we also have a solar schools program where we're going to be installing solar canopies at several schools to help bring clean energy education to the classroom and also give them an outdoor learning space, since those can be really important for different types of programming and just helping the kids stay engaged and learn more about green energy technology. But as I mentioned, our main topic today is this Renewables and Resilience Incentive Program, which is aiming at getting solar and other types of resiliency technologies out to nonprofits across Denver. So our overall program goal for this program is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions for human service providers, nonprofits, by at least 20%. But we're also really hoping to increase the resiliency of your buildings. So that means in case of electricity outages, or just in case of reducing demand charges during peak periods, that kind of thing. We want to also be able to help you with that, since we know a lot of your buildings can serve as community centers or places where people might gather during emergencies, that kind of thing. So that's the main incentive for the resiliency component. So as part of this program, you can request funding to install solar panels, that's the main one, but also battery storage and EV charging. So the way we're hoping to achieve this goal of reducing emissions by 20% is funding up to 100% of the cost to install these technologies, whether that's solar and batteries, whether that's solar and an EV charger. We're also hoping to encourage the adoption of vehicle to building EV charging. We know that that's a very new technology, so there aren't a ton of companies who offer those right now, but it seems like more are coming all the time. And this is a 3-year program, so we're hoping that we can sort of incentivize companies to come to Denver and bring that technology, since vehicle to building EV charging does have several benefits. In case of power outages, an EV that's plugged in can kind of serve as a backup battery, even if you don't have battery storage, and help keep essential loads online. And it can also help with things like demand charging and charging at peak periods, that kind of thing. So what are the benefits to you as the human service provider to installing these technologies? The biggest one is, of course, reducing your utility costs. If you get solar on your roof, your electricity bills will go down. And we're really hoping that means you'll have more money to spend on your community members and just making sure that they can get the best service that they can from your organization. So we really want to help you to help the Denver community. And we know that utility costs, especially these days, can be really high for a lot of buildings, especially older buildings. So that's the main benefit there. But of course, going solar and electrifying your building can also help reduce your fossil fuel consumption, which is our main goal as an organization, is making sure that we can reduce those greenhouse gas emissions. And that's also why we're hoping to get as many of these projects done as we can as soon as possible, because obviously the earlier that you get solar installed, the more greenhouse gas emission savings there are going to be over the lifetime of your solar array and over the lifetime of your building. And of course, protecting public health is a big one for us as well. Obviously here at Denver, we've seen a lot of issues recently and in the past with air pollution, and also with just different types of hazardous materials in the air, wildfire smoke, all of that. People are not able to protect themselves from that, especially in older buildings. So making sure that we're burning less fossil fuels means that we're contributing less to those public health hazards. And that's another benefit of going solar for your building. So how does the process work? We have a 2-step application process, and I'm happy to answer any questions about this afterward or over email. But essentially the first step is just confirming that you are eligible for the program. So on our website, we have a long list of all the different types of human service providers that do qualify. But I have a couple examples here of the main ones that we've seen applications from. So you do have to be a human service provider. The building has to be owned and occupied by a human service provider. So if you have one building with several different nonprofits housed in it, that would work. If it's an affordable housing complex, something like that, that qualifies. It just has to be providing a service through a human service provider to qualify for our program. And you do also have to be an Xcel Energy customer. And we ask for a couple letters of support and things like that to make clear that you do have a connection to the local community. Just learn more about the services that you provide to the community and see how solar would be able to help you. So once you are approved for step 1, you'll get a link from us, a direct link to apply to step 2. And this is the more technical part of the application. So we'll ask you to talk to a couple different contractors, get some quotes to determine the best way to get these technologies installed in your building, whether that's solar and battery storage or vehicle to building EV charging, regular EV charging, whatever works best for you. And after you submit those quotes, we will evaluate applications based on these 5 different criteria. So the biggest ones for us are greenhouse gas reductions and cost effectiveness. So we want to make sure that the project is cost effective for you, cost effective for us, and that it's providing at least 20% of that greenhouse gas reduction. So that means, reducing your electricity use by at least 20%, so we can make sure that you're really getting the benefits as far as, greenhouse gas reductions go, but also as far as utility costs go. The resiliency benefit is also a component of our evaluation. So that's where the battery storage and EV charging come in. They're not required to submit an application to this program. The only required piece is the solar. It does have to include solar, but it doesn't have to include the battery storage or EV charging. But whenever possible, when it makes sense for your building, if looking ahead, you think that it would be useful, we definitely recommend that you do include it, because it is part of our evaluation, and we love to see those resiliency components as well as part of applications. We look at the general community impact. So that can be the building, the services that you provide in that building, that kind of thing, just the general work that you as a nonprofit do in the community. And workforce standards is another part of the evaluation. So we're really hoping that these projects can serve as a launch pad for members of your community to learn more about the green industry, to learn more about solar installations. And we've had a lot of great partnerships with Grid. Matt will be talking about those later as part of this program and other similar programs. So that's the kind of thing that we're looking for as well, is to make sure that these types of projects are also helping educate people and get them involved in the green workforce. So you can submit a step 1 application at any time. The link is there on the screen. That'll take you right to our page. So you can read through all this information again if you'd like to, and just get some more in-depth information. Like I said, a long list of all the different types of human service providers that are eligible. And so you can submit that anytime. And then once a quarter, we take step 2 applications and we evaluate them and let people know if we're able to award them funding. So those next step 2 deadlines are in September and December. So you've got a couple months to start thinking about an application if this seems like something you'd be interested in, and get all of your information together. So if you are interested at all, I would definitely encourage submitting a step 1 application, and just asking any questions that you have during this period or afterward. It's kind of in the bottom of the screen there, that energy@denvergov.org email. So you can go to our website, it's also listed there, but that's the email that you can contact if you do have any other questions about the program after this presentation is done. So that's all that I have. Thank you so much for listening, and I'll be happy to answer any questions in the next part of, or once everyone else has finished their presentations.
Hello, everyone. Get my screen up here. Just to introduce myself, my name is Tyler Will. I am the Colorado Solar Trade Relations Manager with Xcel Energy. All right, so today I'm going to be talking just a little bit about our Xcel Energy programs for renewables, kind of just covering a high level of what's available and how you're already participating, and you may not even know, just based off of you are an Xcel Energy customer here in Denver, and then based off of kind of some interest. I will be mainly focusing in on community solar gardens. Community solar gardens are effectively the large solar gardens that are built within Colorado service territory, typically a few megawatts per system. So those can easily be 20 to 30, even 40 acres large. And then customers across our service territory work with that garden operator to get a subscription, and in turn receive bill credit. So I'll dive into it a little bit more. You can both participate as a customer and just get bill credits on your bill, but also as I would say as a property owner, if you're interested in partnering with a developer to actually build a solar garden fitted somewhere on your property, and offer those subscriptions to the community, and also that you're able to participate. So just kind of covering an overall high-level view of why Xcel Energy has these programs and has a large focus on dedicating resources to ensuring a growing renewable portfolio. Is we do have a pretty aggressive goal that aligns with the state of basically reaching carbon-free emissions by 2050. So that's 100% carbon-free emissions. So with that, we have what we consider 3 decades, but 3 decades will go by fast when you have to convert all existing resources over to carbon free. So obviously these resources of solar gardens, on-site rooftop do contribute to those goals. All these programs are currently voluntary, minus one I'm going to go over, which again is just basically kind of what we consider our fuel mix, which you're already receiving. So some of the renewable benefits, and Lee highlighted a lot of these, and that's kind of depending on your business focus. If you are participating in these, you might just be wanting to save money, reduce your carbon footprint or emissions, support the clean energy movement and innovation that we're all moving towards. You might have environmental compliance per state or city per code. And then if you just have your own goals to be have clean energy in partial or maybe in whole for your building. It also positions you, as a environmental leader in the community, and kind of setting an example for others. So what I'm just going to highlight really quick is the certified renewable percentage. This is effectively what you're already receiving in a mix, mixed in with all of the other energy that's on the grid. It's not something you have to pay extra in. You're already receiving it. We verify like what percentage it is every single year. Right now we're still validating 2021, but we're estimating about 35% of the overall energy that's consumed can be deemed as renewable. So 35% based off of the renewable energy credits that are produced by the overall portfolio. So something to say, you can kind of use that as a basis to push towards maybe goals or mandates that you have, and then you can go above and beyond that with your own renewables. And then I'm just going to cover really quickly the overall programs that we have. So there's a subscription ones. We're going to be talking about Solar Awards Community, which is our solar garden program. But we also have Renewable Connect and Wind Source, which are specifically Xcel Energy owned resources, or we build them. Wind Source is really easy, just voluntary. You sign up and you could pick up the amount of energy. You pay currently an extra 1.5 cents per kilowatt hour to participate in that. And Renewable Connect are resources we build similar to solar gardens, but we'll be proposing and building those resources in the next few years. All of these, by the way, have links in my appendix, and this PowerPoint will be shared. So if you are interested in learning more depth about those other programs that we won't be highlighting on today. And then on-site solar, this kind of ties in with Lee's in the city and county of Denver's programs, or if you want solar on your rooftop and you want to offset your own usage, they have, their incentives. We honor the interconnection, and you can also participate and get some incentives for the renewable energy credits on a per kilowatt hour basis, as well as offset, or you could keep your RECs, which is net metering, and then also receive, offset. So again, kind of covering these really quickly, but there are more resources, or feel free to reach out to me via email. So going to be focusing again on Solar Awards Community, which are solar gardens, and you could be a subscriber to these gardens to receive bill credits. They are third-party contracts. So Xcel Energy releases a certain amount of capacity, depending on what's been filed with the commission every single year. Typically, it's been about 75 megawatts, which you could convert to probably about 14,000 to 15,000 like residential subscribers, if you're being conservative with those numbers. These third-party developers build it and then manage these gardens. You would enter a contract with them to have a piece or a subscription of that solar garden, and then they work with us to sign you up via our billing system, and you receive a bill credit payment per month depending on your usage. So you can actually sign up for well over what's the estimated production of your building. So you could at least offset most and or all of your electric bill. And then all the gardens, you can now sign up with any Xcel Energy or any garden participating in this program, as long as it's within our Colorado service territory. Previously, you were bound by like a next county over, but the rules have changed where you can actually participate in it further for any garden. So there's more options available. So kind of more focusing on how do you actually participate. So you do have to contact these third-party operators or subscription organizations to determine subscription size. They'll look at your usage and how much they have available, and then sign you up. They really take it from there. So once you figure out a contract, sometimes they'll make it so that you don't have to pay anything, or it pays itself over time, or you might pay up front. It's all depending on that subscriber organization. Where do you find these? We do have a resource online, again, linked in the appendix for the Solar Gardens program. There is a spreadsheet on our website that just lists the gardens currently being developed or recently developed that are looking for subscriptions. So you can send a few of them an email, let them know you are a customer in a nonprofit in the city and county of Denver, and you'd like to participate in a solar garden, and you should they'll definitely be interested. Every year we have more and more gardens coming online. Currently we have about 100 megawatts online, serving about 8,000 unique customers. And then we're anticipating, doubling that within the next couple of years. So there'll be a lot more coming online soon. So that's as simple as it gets. Effectively, the bill credit is calculated based off of like the overall cost of usage minus transmission distribution. Keep in mind that these resources are elsewhere, so the bill credit's always going to be a little less, or will be a little bit less than what you're actually paying for, per kilowatt hour basis on your bill. And then kind of moving on, how do you participate as a property owner? So you might be saying, well, I'm interested, we got land or a considerable amount of space or rooftop that you say you could build a solar garden on that property. Well, you could partner with, I'd recommend at least partnering with the solar garden developer to submit a project. We do have an annual RFP, or request for proposal, and standard offer. These are two separate releases of capacity, because effectively we're limited based on what's approved of how much capacity we can actually accept each year, and also helps us build these resources in a responsible manner. So effectively partner with the developer, let them know what land, they'll look at your space. Is it optimal for building? And then they can work with you in getting either participating in an RFP or standard offer. I'll kind of go over those a little bit more, just kind of like the sizes, if you're interested. And then if awarded capacity, you then proceed through an interconnection process. This is in a way similar to, say, if just on-site solar, if you built a small system, but it can be a little bit more in depth if you're building a bigger system. We have to, engineers review it, make sure that you're effectively, the grid and equipment right next to you is sufficient to put power back onto the grid. And if upgrades are needed, they determine that so that can be done. And then some rules, and Matt is going to be highlighting on some of this. But if you had built out a property, you are able to subscribe to your own garden up to 40% of the capacity, and apply to your own facilities, be it that building or other facilities you might have within the service territory. And then remaining capacity then could be either managed by yourself for the subscriptions, or you could work with a developer subscription agency to manage those for you and find customers to participate and get them signed up. And again, garden operator or the developer partner with would be responsible for managing those subscriptions. And just kind of be flexible, just because you own the property. The system could be owned by a third party, could be a financer, developer, or your own organization. So there are certainly partnerships and things where you wouldn't be necessarily having to front it. You could reach out to these groups and see if there's something that could be worked out to have that installed. Couple minutes left here. And I'm just going to highlight what these RFP and standard offers mean. So if RFP, you probably heard that term, it works a little bit different for this kind of this building solar gardens. It is a competitive solicitation for third parties to submit projects, but we do have based off of a scoring criteria, kind of a mix of economic subscriber commitments. That would be the type: residential, small business, low income, the viability, just how viable is your property, or spots, how expensive is it? Is the developer planning it right? And then community benefits, where a nonprofit could definitely shine with partnerships. So it's kind of a mix. It does change year to year, but we do have resources to show you the most recent RFP on our website if you're interested. But again, developers who have developed solar gardens over the years are familiar with the process. For the RFP, and especially this new plan, we have a new 4-year plan to set our renewable programs coming out soon. You can size systems in this up to 5 megawatts. And again, those are very large. That's 25 acres worth of solar panels, and then up to 10 in 2023 moving on. And then there is an incentive for the renewable energy credit set by the applicant in the bid submission. Kind of a renewable energy credit is set by like the value, physical value of a renewable asset, set to 1,000 kilowatt hours. But again, developers can help you figure out the financial models and factor in, is it worth it, right? And then the standard offer is what we see kind of as more for the smaller gardens, maybe more optimal for like Rooftop or a nonprofit that would like to put a solar garden on the property. These sizes are up to 2 megawatts, and they are first come first served basis. And there's some changes to how much is going to be available in the next one, in the 2022 standard offer. So there'll be a lot more opportunities for smaller gardens to be built. And then instead of based off of the RFP. So we look at that, and with the new one, there's a bunch of little adders depending on if you're providing support to low income communities, things like that. So again, not going to dive in. We don't have enough time, but happy to chat with anybody outside of this. So again, that's my time. I do have a series of slides in this PowerPoint for all references to our website and program. So feel free to review that or reach out to me with questions. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Matt with Grid Alternative.
Thanks, Tyler. Let me share my screen here and make sure that we're good. Can you guys see my slides?
No, we cannot.
Oh, please, somebody say yes. All right, let's try this. How are we doing now? Oh, yikes, sorry. Are we good?
Perfect, looks good.
Excellent, yay, good for me. All right, hi, my name's Matt McNerney. I'm with Grid Alternatives, and first at the top, let me just apologize. I'm getting over a rather severe cold, so the voice may be a bit raspy, and I may be coughing, but good news for you is I certainly won't be droning on and on and on through this presentation, but just want to talk a little bit about solar options for nonprofits. I was just getting into that first real quickly, a little bit about Grid. We are a nonprofit ourselves. We're a 501c3, and basically our mission is to make renewable energy and job training accessible to underserved communities. And we do this in 2 ways. We do solar installations like any for-profit solar company. This could be for residential through single family homes. And we also do commercial installations and community solar gardens for organizations such as schools, nonprofit, affordable housing providers, and just any mission-aligned organization. We'd love to work with them. We also provide workforce training programs that for anytime we're doing a construction project, we always try to integrate training into that. And we do that by having classroom-based instruction that can last anywhere from like 2 to 5 weeks. And then, as I said, we bring the trainees out onto our site so they can practice what they're learning, as well as get some on-job experience. And then at the end of that training, we help them find jobs. And in some cases, they can come on board with us for paid internships, which can last 10 to 12 weeks, or possibly even getting involved with like a solar construction fellowship program, which could last like up to a year. So that's us. So how can we help you as a nonprofit go solar? And really, when it comes to nonprofits going solar, there are really 2 options. One is known as a behind the meter system, and the other is a community solar garden. And the nice thing is that both of these options tie in nicely with the presentations that Lee and Tyler just did. Behind the meter works perfectly with the program Lee was talking about. And then obviously Tyler just spent some time talking about community solar gardens. And we're one of those solar garden providers that he mentioned. So if that's something that works for you, we'd be interested in talking to you about that, or we can certainly help you find some folks who could help you. So let's talk a little bit about a behind the meter system first. This is like your typical residential type solar installation. It's like you have modules on your roof. The electricity produced by that's direct current. It flows down into an inverter, which converts that to alternating current, which is the current that is used by your homes or businesses. And that ties in directly into your service panel and then goes down to the various loads within the house or building. And notice all of this takes place before it ever gets to the electric meter installed by the utility. So that's why this is known as behind the meter. And then at any time when you are generating electricity, if any electricity that you generate that you don't use, that automatically flows out through the meter up to the grid, and that could be used by other customers. Then at night, or if the system is not producing electricity for some reason, like it may be covered with snow or something, you're going to be buying all of your electricity from the utility, just like you do now. And so then that just comes down from the utility through your meter into your service panel, and then to the various loads. So on any given day, your electric meter can be moving back or forth. It moves backwards when you're sending electricity out to the grid, and it moves forward when you're buying electricity and it's coming in from the grid. So the way you get your savings on this is that you don't have to pay for any electricity that's produced or used behind the meter. In addition, when you're sending electricity out during the day or whenever you might be sending electricity to the grid, you're getting credits for that electricity going out in the form of your electric meter moving backwards. And then at night, whenever you start purchasing electricity, you don't have to start paying for that until you use up those credits that you may have accumulated through the day. So that's the behind the meter option. Then we get into the solar gardens, and this is what Tyler was talking about. And yes, these are like large arrays that are built in areas that are good for production. They're tied directly to the grid itself. They're not tied to any like one entity, be it residential home or a commercial nonprofit, whatever it might be. And then you can subscribe to output from that garden. So like say, for instance, if you had a garden that might have like say maybe 500 modules within that garden, you might subscribe to 25 or 30 of those gardens. And the nice thing about this is that with solar gardens, there is no equipment, there are no modules put on your roof, there's no equipment installed on site. There's really nothing you have to do. Everything is done through the back office. So you won't even know you have any garden impact until you actually get your monthly bill. When you get your bill, then what you would see is that, okay, here's the amount of electricity that you use, and here's the cost associated with that usage, much like it is today. But then there's going to be a new component on that bill would say, okay, if you had, say, like a subscription to 30 modules, here's the amount of electricity produced by those 30 modules. Here's the value of what those are, and then that is subtracted from the bill. So basically, you just pay less every month. So if you are going to consider going solar, there's several things you should take into account. First is, your current usage. Any solar contractor you're going to work with, one of the first questions they're going to ask is how much electricity do you use? That's what we need to know in order to size the system properly. If your goal is to offset 100% of your usage, we need to know how much usage it is so we can build a system that will do that. We also need to know if your plans for in the next few years might include something that could impact that usage. Like say, for instance, if you were going to want to replace an inefficient, aging natural gas boiler or burner for your heating system with, like say, an electric heat pump, that would have an impact on what that usage might be down the road. And also you might be interested in adding some things such as like an electric vehicle car charger. So anything like that, we need to know because we want to build a system that's going to work for you, not just today, but into the future. Other things to take into account is the roof, especially if you're looking at a behind the meter system where you're going to have modules on a roof. We need to know a little bit about it. A lot of it's going to be the age. It's like, when was it installed? How long before it needs to be replaced? What's the condition of the roof? Does it have any damage that needs to be repaired? Are there obstructions up there? Is there like HVAC equipment, skylights, vent pipes, gas lines, whatever it might be? We need to know all of that because that helps us decide where panels could go. In addition, you might want to look at issues such as shade. If you're on a small, low building, there could be trees nearby that are causing shade that would impact solar impact through the day. Or there might be other buildings, if you're in a commercial industrial area, other buildings that are casting shadows onto the rooftop that actually would impact solar production. A couple other things to consider is the ownership. Question's going to come up as to, well, who owns the building where the solar is going to go. If you own the building, then putting solar on the roof could be a good option. If you're renting, it may not be. When we put a solar system on a roof, it's basically a permanent structure. It's not something you can just pack up and move if you decide to move. So you want to make sure that if you own the system, it's going to be there for a while and it makes sense for you. Other things to consider would be the electrical service. If you're in a building where there are multiple tenants, how is that electrical service set up? Is it something where there's one service that covers the entire building, or does each tenant have its own account? So those are just some things that could add some complexity to the project. So those are the two options, behind the meter and community solar garden. So let's kind of take a look at a project where we consider both of those options and what was involved. This project, the Sun Deck facility, it's in Denver. It's in the Sun Valley neighborhood in Denver, just west of I-25 down around 8th Avenue. And it involved like 4 nonprofits. We had the Urban Land Conservancy, which owns and manages the building. Then it has 3 tenants. There's Energy Resource Center, which is a service provider for the Colorado Energy Office. They do weatherization and energy efficiency upgrades for homeowners, low-income homeowners, and that can actually include solar. There's Mile High Youth Corps, which provides earn while you learn opportunities in career areas such as conservation, healthcare, and construction. And then Blue Star Recyclers, which provide job opportunities for people with autism through recycling electronics and other materials. So there's 4 nonprofits involved with this. And well, actually there's 5 nonprofits because Grid's involved as well. So then if you just take a look at a satellite image of this roof, you can see this thing is massive. I mean, there's a lot of, there's, some HVAC equipment and skylights and vent pipes and such, but there's still a lot of room for solar and there's plenty of space. Also, this roof was replaced last year, so it's going to be good for the next 20 years or so. So it's absolutely ideal for solar application. So let's look at our 2 options. First was behind the meter. And as you can see, there's plenty of space that would allow for us to produce, put a solar PV system up there that would cover 100% of the usage by Energy Resource Center, Mile High Youth Corps, and Blue Star. But one thing I mentioned earlier is that if you own the behind the meter system, you're gonna have to figure out a way to pay for it. So now there's a couple options around here. I mean, there's cash, obviously. You could look at fundraising or capital campaigns. Also, there could be grant and award programs. That's the exact program that Lee was speaking about. You could apply for those. You might be able to get low interest loans through some entity like the Colorado Clean Energy Fund or some other kind of green bank. There are groups out there that do provide funds for nonprofits. And a third option, or a final option, could be using third-party financing, with something called a power purchase agreement. And what that entails is that's working with like a private entity where they will come in and actually pay for the solar system put on your roof, and they would actually own that system. And being a private entity and them owning it allows them to take advantage of like investment tax credits and accounting benefits that we as nonprofits cannot do. So they can come in and you put the system on and get a lot of financial benefits from doing so. And then during the time in which they own it, they will then enter into an agreement with you as the nonprofit to where you will agree to buy all the energy produced by that system. And that's generally at a rate that's less than what the utility might be charging. And the way they can afford to do that is because of all the financial benefits they're getting, they can actually offer the kilowatt hours at a reduced market rate. So, and then at the end of the time, like 5-6 years after the system's fully depreciated, then they'll turn around and sell that system to you at a deeply discounted price. So for you as a nonprofit, you get to buy your energy for the next, say, 5 to 6 years at a rate that's slightly lower than what you would pay if you're just currently working with the utility. And then you'd have an opportunity to buy a system that's probably going to be good for another 15, 20 years of producing electricity. So that's the behind the meter option. Second one is a community solar garden. And this is actually was a little bit interesting because normally if you're doing a solar garden, as Lee was saying, as Tyler was saying, it's like, the garden could be anywhere within Excel's territory. And so then you'd simply subscribe to it. But we didn't want to do that just in this case. We didn't want to subscribe to an existing garden. We were looking at this roof and all the space, and we decided, no, what we wanted to do, we wanted to build a new garden. And this is something we're going to be working with Tyler on to come through on the standard offer project that he was referring to earlier. So, and you can see here that really this upper left quadrant is about the same footprint as that behind the meter system. And then that electricity produced by that area would be set aside through subscriptions for the 3 nonprofits. Then what's nice about this is that after they have all of that electricity through that subscription, there's still going to be enough capacity left over. About 80% of the garden really could then go to provide subscriptions for income qualified homes. And we're estimating that we could probably provide, annual, subscriptions cover usage for roughly about 60 households. And I mentioned earlier, like the Energy Resource Center, where they provide weatherization services for low-income households, which can include solar. Well, the thing is a lot of those homes would not qualify for solar for the same reason why a lot of buildings won't qualify for solar. It could be the roof's old, the electrical service needs to be upgraded, there's too much shade, there's a poor orientation to the sun, just whatever it might be. Well, the nice thing is by putting a garden together like this, then we can actually help those folks go solar, and otherwise they really have no option. So this gives them a little more, opportunities to participate in the, good green revolution. So those were the 2 options. And then what was this choice? We opted to go, actually Urban Land Conservancy opted to go with behind the meter, and they applied for that program that Lee spoke about earlier, the Renewable and Resiliency Incentive Program, and they did win an award. And so we're going to be building this application and this installation later this fall. And what's going to be nice is we're going to be able to incorporate some pretty cool training programs into this while we're building it. There are some training programs that Lee mentioned that we're participating with the city and through their Climate Protection Fund. So they'll be financing some training. We'll integrate that training into this. We're also going to be able to provide some opportunities for Corps members from the Mile High Youth Corps as part of their construction pathway. And then we're going to have folks involved, personnel involved from both ERC and Blue Star, just so everybody can be involved. But one last thing is that solar garden is still a possibility. This is just, we're not giving up on that. I mean, even without the modules for the behind the meter system, there's still a boatload of opportunities here to provide, solar subscriptions to, as I said, like up to 60 households. So we're going to keep working with Tyler and his team at Excel and others just to make this a reality. So really the Sun Deck project may end up with two PV systems on the roof. One is the behind the meter system for the 3 nonprofit tenants. And then also there's the community solar option that could provide solar savings, really benefits for those who really wouldn't qualify for it otherwise. So it's just too good of an opportunity to let go. So we're not going, we're going to pursue it. And just Grid and our partners, we're going to continue to do everything that we can to ensure that everyone will be able to participate in the transition to clean renewable energy. So we hope you'll join us on this journey, and together as working on individual small projects, we can all end up making a very big difference. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you to all of our panelists for the information and the slides, interesting presentations. I will go through the questions just from the first ones that I have. And I think that the first ones I have are for Lee. So what are some of the strategies CASAR is using utilizing in max to maximize investments in under-resourced and vulnerable communities?
So one of the main things that we're doing is making sure that of our Climate Protection Fund dollars, we're trying to spend at least 50% in communities that are designated as disadvantaged, in our NEST communities, which is our highest priority communities, for, things like renewable technology. So yeah, we're hoping to spend at least 50%, hopefully more, just specifically targeting lower income, disadvantaged communities to make sure that they're also getting the benefits of this green transition that we're trying to accomplish.
Great. And Lee, what does your community outreach look like? Like, how are you spreading the word about these resources?
Yeah, so we have a couple different staff people in our office who that's all that they work on is community partnerships and just outreach with different community groups. So, me as the renewables person, I work with them quite often to make sure that we're getting our information about our programs out to the community, but we always welcome more feedback from the community about which organizations we should be targeting. If you haven't heard things, that's good for us to know so we can make sure that you're on our list to get updates on these type of programs if that's something you're interested in. But yeah, that's definitely something we're trying to prioritize.
And then Lee, I have a couple more questions. To apply for the program, does your office have to be located in Denver? Or is it okay that your organization is located in a different county, but it serves Denver residents?
For our program, we are trying to prioritize organizations that are located within the city and county of Denver, since that's where our dollars are coming from. If you are located outside but serve Denver residents, you can apply for that step one, and we'll let you know if we can, determine if you would qualify. But yeah, we do try to prioritize organizations that are located within our community, just because that's where the money for the Climate Protection Fund does come from.
Okay. And then one more question for Lee. Are there some buildings that cannot install solar? And if so, why?
Yeah, so I think Matt covered that pretty well in his presentation. So probably that question came in earlier, I would guess. But yeah, definitely there are some buildings where rooftop solar is not an option, like Matt mentioned, whether that's shading or an old roof that can't support the panels, or just any obstructions, things like that, that would make it a bad candidate. So in those cases, we do recommend community solar as a better option, most likely.
Okay. And then for Tyler, I have a question in the chat that says, from the initial outreach to Excel, what is a turnaround time to getting solar structures installed?
Sure. So with on-site solar, it's going to be a little quicker because there's less, I guess, studies that need to be done. There's less of a process of being awarded. So when you reach out to the developer, there's the time to design it, speak with them, work out the financials. But the overall process, depending on the size, again, around for actual interconnection, once that system could be 60 to 90 days. It's probably for a decent sized system. And Matt might be able to speak a little bit more since he's a developer. But typically that's probably the turnaround for solar gardens. Those are going to take longer. If you are interested in putting a solar garden on your property and participating in that, you're probably looking upwards of 2 to 3 years from award. Could be quicker depending on the size.
Okay. And then I have a question here that says, what's the typical length of time between enrollment in solar rewards and bill impact? And do subscriptions always result in net reduction in electricity bills?
Right. So yeah, for subscriptions, if the garden's already online, it's going to be a quick sign up. You're going to be receiving those bill credits, the filing bill statement. But overall, I answered it here. Let's try to look at the second piece of there. The bill impact is going to be dependent on that contract you have with that subscriber organization. There are certain contracts, especially for like nonprofits, if you're offering low income, where they might be, committed to say 30% savings, or they might even have opportunities to donate that subscription fully if, say, you're a low income service provider as a nonprofit. But overall, the bill credit itself does fluctuate year to year because the rates change, and that's how we analyze that. Right now, we're looking at, I think it's about 7 cents per kilowatt hour for commercial C rate, and probably a little over 6.5 cents per kilowatt hour if you're on the SG rate. And then depending on what you're paying for your contract and what's in the stipulation, you'd save anything, right? That's how much you're paying for that contract with that bill credit.
And then does Excel help buildings identify what their renewable goals should be?
Sure. I would say the goals itself, we're not requiring you to set any goals. So if you're in Denver, depending on your building size, Energize Denver does have benchmarking mandates, and you have to meet certain benchmarking. You can reach out to some of the resources. If you're that size, they might have specific goals for you that's required by the city and county of Denver. And then that can be combined with energy efficiency measures and renewables. But if you're interested in saying, just say, I'm interested in getting, 80% of my building by renewables, someone like myself could, set some time to meet with you to say, how do you do that? So I would say Xcel Energy itself is more of, we can consult with you and point you in the right direction, but the specific goals will depend on if you have mandates or just company goals.
And then I think this one is for Matt. Are there multiple rebates available for rooftop installation? If so, what is the best way to layer incentives to remove barriers to upfront the cost of this technology?
In terms of multiple rebates, I guess depends on the program you might be enrolling in, but be honest, a lot of the rebates and incentives are almost geared to something we spoke about a little bit earlier, to like for-profits. There could be like investment tax credits is the biggest. And then also, there are things that they can take advantage of that, we as nonprofits cannot. And so that's where programs like what, Lee's putting together through the city is so important, because that basically helps eliminate some of those costs for nonprofits. In many cases, that's often the best way to go, or to find, say a third party entity that could come in and take advantage of some of those programs and then provide some of those savings to you down the road. Or in some cases, maybe a solar garden subscription might make more sense, because then there generally isn't an upfront cost. There's just like a net cost associated with that, getting a subscription. And then you would always just want to make sure that whatever you're saving in electricity is more than what your cost of that subscription. Otherwise, it really wouldn't make sense to participate.
Right. And then if we, resident or nonprofit, want to start pursuing solar, given that there are so many program offerings, particularly in Denver and Xcel, is there one source we could go to help navigate the process and be able to maximize all of these offers?
Well, now that could be me. So really, you could almost contact any solar provider. Most of the solar providers in the Denver area are well aware of the programs going on. So you could talk with them, and they could really start moving you in the direction that you might want to go and explore the options. A lot of it would be, it's like, we can do some little, fun with Google Maps and take a quick look at the roof, and we can know immediately whether or not an on-site solar makes sense. So you could contact a group like Grid Alternatives. You can contact really just any solar provider, and that would probably be the best way to start. And I could assure you, just about every solar provider would be more than happy to speak with you.
Great. And then last one, this is for Tyler. Please explain again, are the solar gardens options available to an org only in the county they are physically located in?
Sure. So as long as you're an Xcel Energy customer, you can participate in a subscription for any solar garden within built-in Colorado service territory. So we're really not bound by those. As long as you're an Xcel customer, you can participate in those interconnection options that were discussed, or a subscription for a solar garden.
Great. Well, I think that was all of our questions. So I think that our next section is the end of day discussion and fireside, and the nonprofit learning lab will be putting those links in the chat. So thank you all for coming to this discussion, and for all of our presenters, and for all the questions. And I hope you have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you in the end of day discussion and the fireside chat.
Okay, everyone, coming back from that break here. We're going to get started with the end of day discussion. Hope everybody has enjoyed the first couple of sessions, and thank you for joining this end of day discussion. We have 3 industry experts that are joining me as a part of this panel that I'm going to introduce. First, we have Brooke Pike from Energy Outreach Colorado, Rotian Liang from Division of Disability Rights, Agency for Human Rights and Community Partnerships, and Amanda Hong from EPA Region 8. So the way that this discussion will work, we're asking attendees to use the Q&A box again. Please put your name, the sector you're from, such as nonprofit, government, etc., and then something that you learned or a talking point that you would like further discussed from the sessions today. Those will all come directly to me, and then I will facilitate with the discussion with the panelists. We'll go through them in the order that they're received, and it is an attendee-driven discussion, so would really appreciate to hear from you all. So let's get into the Q&A. As we have our panelists highlighted here. Okay. Okay, so give you guys a couple minutes to put something into that Q&A. I'll start with one question. This is the 3rd Save Green, Be Green conference, and a lot has changed in this whole world since the first conference. So I guess from the panelists who have been involved, how has the conference changed over these years? What changes have you seen? I'm going to start with Brooke on that one.
Thanks, Anne. Sure. Yeah, so I've been contributing to the conference since the beginning. I actually was on maternity leave with my daughter, who's now 4, and I came back from leave, and the EOC was a buzz because at the time, the DOSP, Denver Office of Strategic Partnerships, which is now D1, and the EPA had reached out to EOC about what is missing, like how can we better serve nonprofits? What do they need that the city's not currently doing and there's just not an offering for? And so through the collaboration of those 3 initial organizations, we created the conference. And the first one was very heavy on funding you could receive, such as NEEP and the different offerings through Excel Energy in the city. And then also kind of more of a focus on how you're using your space when you're in the office. How can you be more energy efficient? There was a focus on kind of the education and behavior. And then over the years, it's been really cool, especially with the pandemic, to see how the conference has transitioned and grown, always with the focus of how we can be serving nonprofits and meeting an unspoken need. And so this year was the first time we've been talking about there's electric vehicles and building electrification. I didn't even know what electrification is when we first planned the first one 4 years ago. And so just to say that this conference I've just seen progress as the times have progressed and as needs have changed, as we've gone through a pandemic, and just through the collaboration of really strategic partnerships with the city, with the EPA, with Excel, and many others now, the nonprofits that we're serving and getting input from. For me, it's just been cool to find an unmet need, try to contribute to solving it, and then working with great partners to have some good discussions and put on this conference for you all.
What a great look into the past. Amanda, I think you've also been on a couple of these. Do you have anything you'd like to share?
Yeah, thanks. And I do remember the first one very dimly because, like Brooke, I had little kids at the time, and I mean, I barely remember like signing up to be a volunteer, I think. But I do vividly remember the 2020 conference because that was the last thing I think any of us did before the world shut down. So that one really sticks out, and just kind of what a shame it was too, because I was looking forward. I talked a little bit today in one of my presentations about Energy Star Portfolio Manager and how we offer these treasure hunts. And I had so much fun. Brooke was there going around the church and hiding these gold chocolate coins in places where you might find energy savings potential. And we did this great treasure hunt. I was so excited to follow up with people after that to see if they wanted to do it at their worship facility or nonprofit. And of course, nobody was able to take me up on that offer. So just a reminder for anybody who did that with me, if you're interested, please reach out. I think we're able to do those now. So yeah, it has changed. Of course, I think there are a lot of advantages to being able to offer this virtually, but it's too bad that we don't have that in-person connection and opportunity to network as well. So we've got tonight. That's good.
That's great. Thanks, Amanda. I think just another reminder for people to put anything that they'd like to share in the Q&A, and we can facilitate the discussion. Another question or discussion point, we've brought in Rotien today to talk about his work with ADA issues and how that fits into everything that we're talking about today. So I think I'll turn it over to you, give you a chance to talk about that.
Yeah, thank you, Anne. My name is Rotien Liang. I am the ADA Architectural Access Manager within the Division of Disability Rights. So I work in the same agency as Will Alston, and it's a pleasure to be invited here. Hold on a sec. My computer just says it's about ready to reboot. So let me snooze that. Okay. Yeah, I do want to bring a different perspective in terms of sustainability. It's more sustainability not on in terms of the energy front, but more so on the inclusivity part. I think to kind of answer your question in terms of what the pandemic has brought and how it changes our, especially our meeting environment. Now, more and more it's virtual. That certainly opens up to more opportunities for those who are in whether having a mobility disability. So there's a lot of etiquettes involving Zoom, whether it is to describe your physical features or having caption available or having a ASL interpreter on a call. So that's one aspect of it. The another part to consider is when it comes to your businesses, so many things have become online. So web accessibility has becoming more and more important in trying to be more inclusive on that. So I think this trend is going to keep on going towards virtual, and just want to make sure people are aware of there are accessibility concerns when it comes to whether it's Zoom calls or your websites.
Awesome, thank you for sharing. I did have a question come in as well. A technical question from FM Church. Are there heat pump water heaters available, and can you provide a description, please? Someone want to take that one on? Brooke is smiling, so we'll go to her.
The description piece kind of, I don't think you want me describing. But oh, looks like Amanda put something in the chat. There are heat pump water heaters, and so that would replace either an all-electric resistance water heater or a natural gas water heater. It is a different type of technology, so there are some requirements and considerations to have, such as you need it to be in a larger space, and basically it pulls the heat from the surrounding area, so it will be dispelling cool air into the space as well. And then they're mostly residential sized right now and mostly available in the 240 volt. So you need a dedicated circuit to it. And so you have to consider panel upgrades. There are some 120s in production, and those are, they're still testing, and I don't know, I know that Excel is considering them, but going to be thinking of a pilot potentially to do some testing, see how they work specifically in our climate, and all that to say they are available. There are rebates for them and funding. And I think if there's a follow-up question on the description, we can, you're welcome to follow up with me afterwards and I can help connect you.
Great. And Amanda shared that resource. I don't know if you have something else you'd like to add on electric water heaters.
No, just that link I shared is specific to our product finder on the Energy Star website that and it should be already set when you click on those results to see Energy Star certified hybrid or electric heat pump water heaters. So it's a full list there.
Great. Okay. Then we have a comment in the chat. In general, I had no idea how many programs there are that offer resources for energy efficiency. Working for the city in energy evaluation for 6 years. Wondering if there could be more collaboration in the future. That's a really good point from this conference. We're seeing all the resources coming out and how can we all collaborate better? Anybody want to take that one, discuss further? Anybody from the group as well?
I just want to add that we're working on centralizing all the offerings that are available not only in Denver, but maybe also from the state. And I just got an idea to have a webinar where we can have Excel, Energy Reach, and other organizations providing, this type of resources in a webinar that then we can compile everything and maybe produce an infographic as well with all the resources available. Stay tuned, and I'm going to put my contact information on the chat. Thank you.
Okay, another question and answer from AmeriCorps. Doing sustainability with a nonprofit and learned a lot about the different energy related resources today. And thank you to Roten for tying inclusivity into the conversation. Wondering if there's any other conferences or events relevant to sustainability or nonprofits in Denver to know about.
Do we still have the Sustainable Denver Conference? It's hard to say because everything has been so offline. We used to have quite a few, and I have to admit I haven't been the best at keeping up on what has been happening or what's coming back this year.
I think also BSOS, they have the Net Zero Cities conference. I'm going to put the link on the chat.
There are certainly lots of conferences, and especially, I mean, one great thing is that a lot of them are virtual now as well. So even if you're not local, you could log on and learn about sustainability in general, but there are wonderful conferences that dive into some of these specific areas. I used to work in sustainable materials management, and there are a whole host of zero waste or recycling or sustainability with regards to materials related conferences available. Used to love to attend the one that was out of California because they had a lot of really great programs and ideas and things that we could replicate here. So I think if there's something, just general advice, if there's something that really interested you from today, definitely Google it and see if you can't attend a virtual or in-person thing in that topic of interest.
And then if there are no other specific question and answers right now, everybody who's on the panel, I think, was involved in some sessions today. If you'd like to go through and maybe share something that you learned that you didn't know before. Maybe start, who wants to start, Ro?
I apologize. Did you say my name?
Yeah, sorry.
It's all good. Yeah, I do want to add, in addition to what we learned today, because I did want to bring up about in terms of incentives for accessibility, there are a couple of tax and credit and deduction incentives if your business decides to want to remedy, let's just say your front door, if you do not have a ramp that is accessible to into your store, you are eligible to get tax credit up to $10,000 or tax deduction up to $15,000. So I'll put those, it's based on the Internal Revenue Code. So I'll put those in the chat for your information. Obviously, you would have to go through your accountant to make sure that everything is eligible and properly submitted. And then there's also ADA grants that you can apply for that can help with your businesses. So I'm going to go ahead and drop that in the chat.
Great, thanks for sharing those resources. Did you have anything from the sessions today that you would like, that something you learned, anything else you'd like to share or move on?
Now, certainly there's a lot of information, and I'm looking forward to speak to people at the happy hour tonight.
And I just want to remind folks that we have 10,000 equity grant for that, and it's upfront. You just tell us what you want, you know, what energy efficiency, water, zero waste, transportation you want to do. You fill out your W-9, and if you are eligible, the city will send you a check. So I want to remind, it's for a small business mainly, but also nonprofits that are like minority led or they help frontline communities, they could be eligible. So I'm gonna put the chat in the chat, that information I think is important. Thank you.
Great. Amanda or Brooke, do you want to share anything you learned from the sessions today? We got a couple more minutes left before the discussion's over.
Sure. I got to present in 2 sessions today, and the first one was the return to work session. And it's funny because one of the presenters was Sherry Kennard from EPA, and she gave a presentation on safe disinfecting practices. And I have seen her do it a few times already since COVID, because that's a very interesting topic these days. And I continue to learn something new each time. So if you were unable to catch that one, I do suggest going back, because it is amazing how common it is that we are all, myself included, improperly using disinfectants and cleaning practices, especially, and that's so important for those of us with children or who are serving sensitive populations, to make sure that we're doing that properly. Because, you know, at times during the pandemic, there were classrooms that were handing out Clorox wipes to kids and telling them to clean their own desks. That's bad. Just FYI, that's really bad. So, you know, I think it's just such a good refresher. And I personally, I want to just watch it every year, because, you know, life gets in the way and you kind of forget certain lessons that you should be doing. So I think I love that presentation. I learned a lot from Berenice as well, about the City of Denver's offerings and amazing resources that they have. So hopefully you all will be taking advantage of those.
Thanks.
Yeah, and I'll say I knew the most about the first one I presented because it was an EOC program about the energy efficiency funding, also paired with the CASR funding opportunities. The second one that I attended was solar, and I knew a bit, but I had no idea how many different ways people can participate in solar, whether it's on your building, at your home, through a community solar garden, applying to Excel to actually develop one. I just found it all very fascinating and thought that all 3 of the presenters had kind of a different take on it, and all very valuable. Appreciated that one.
Great, thanks. And that's a good reminder that if you heard these descriptions and you want to watch those presentations, all of these materials will be on the D1 website, which is where you're registered. So you can rewatch the presentation and see the materials. So at this time, I think we can thank everybody for joining, unless there's anything else that people would like to add. And we will see you tomorrow.